The opportunity, we are actually catering to 50% of the country's population. A report by UN says that India's economy will triple by 2030 if only we are able to fix the gender gap in the workforce, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. So given that we are just a year into, we see the next year to be the most exciting part of our work. We are looking at investing heavily in machine learning and AI to really build a more robust model that removes any kind of bias when we are having conversations about women in the workforce. So we're going to invest heavily in technology and product, and we have our product roadmap ready for the next year. We are also hoping to build a diverse and inclusive team ourselves, with about onboarding 10 to 12 members in the coming year. So while I feel like that the government of India and overall there have been many more conversations around women in the workforce now, there is actually so much more that needs to be done in terms of policy enablement. And if there could be, and I'm not sure whether if this problem could be solved by a quota, but basically some sort of a policy that puts in equal weightage on women's participation in the workforce and making organizations in some way responsible for having more women. The BRSR data, which top 1,000 companies have to currently declare, helps a little bit because you have to talk about the gender ratio in the organization, but this scope needs to be expanded to all organizations and not just the 1,000 companies that have. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
One page is all about helping salespeople prepare for meetings faster. This is a 4-year-old company. We have a couple of patents in India and US, and the whole idea is salespeople usually meet a lot of strangers every day, and they have to prepare for these meetings, back-to-back meetings. So it takes around 30 minutes for preparation of every sales meeting. Our goal is to reduce the 30 minutes to 5 minutes. A simple meeting starts with getting into LinkedIn profile, then opening your email, searching for that person, opening CRM, searching for that person. It takes around 30 minutes, and most of the times you get distracted by notifications or a new mail or something else. Our goal is to reduce that clutter, get you a one-page summary of everything that you should need for every meeting. So it gives you all the recent emails with that person, a conversation starters like what to say, what not to say about this person, and then how can you get you the data that is relevant to build ice-breaking situations. How can I tell you, people buy from people. Technically, people buy from people, not from companies. How well you connect with that person relates to the business. That's what we help them build a better rapport with relevant data right in their fingertips. And this is a 4-year-old company, as I told you. The whole goal of our product currently is to get into organizations where consistently we want to prep them for every meetings. We have 3,500 companies using our product all across the world. Quite a good amount of companies come from US and Latin America and India at the moment. Going forward, our AI actually generates these insights. Our AI generates these insights for what to say, what not to say, what is this kind of person. So for example, is this person a straightforward person? You would like to tell him not stories, but get to the point faster. If this person is a decisive guy, you should be able to get the financial part of it out quickly and then get to the business. So our goal is to give you that information through our AI so that you have better insights for every meeting. We plan to grow with a new enterprise product that we are launching. We would like to get into an organization and build an AI model within that organization based on the systems and data that they have. So for example, very recently we worked with a company which does financial inclusions. So for example, how much of a person this company has given to us? When is the next renewal? You don't have to open another application or another tab for this, but they should be able to do it right inside the application. That's a one-page summary that we do for every meeting. We work with the data that is already out there, not the data that we can generate out of the blue. So in the responsible AI situation that we are talking about, we don't go beyond what is there in the public domain. So we don't go to your Facebook profile and see whether you have a cat or not. Our goal is to say, are you a person that I should be able to communicate in a better level with the data that is out there in public. So for example, the generative AI that we are talking about figures out what kind of word choice you use in your LinkedIn profile or any other profiles to tell you what kind of person you are. That's the generative AI piece that we are working on. So we don't go beyond privacy levels. We don't want to cross any privacy levels when we are working with other person's data. So that's where we are looking at. So hopefully we'll do a lot more with the generative AI coming stuff. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are showcasing a unique product today. We are discussing multilingual video conference solution based on AI. And with this solution, we are breaking the language barriers and celebrating the language diversity, cultural diversity of India. So how it works is, on GeoMeet, which is video conference solution, we are helping a teacher and a student to teach and learn in their native languages, which means a person speaking in English now can communicate to a student which is learning in Gujarati or Marathi or any of their local languages. And similarly, if the student wants to ask a question in Marathi, it can translate automatically in English to the teacher. So first time we are showcasing a person-to-person multilingual communication over video conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The problem what we are trying to solve is the insurance problem. We are a health and insurtech platform where we are trying to solve the reach of the insurance not just by the retail but also the corporate sector. We have several of the platforms which we start with different products. Say for example Neo Health, which is the platform for the retail clients to look into the different policies, customize the policies and take the policy. Obviously it will help the clients to have a better policy structure, also have a claim intimation in the platform. We have a wellness platform inbuilt into the Neo Health. That's for the retail patients, retail clients I would say. But on the other hand, we also have a corporate sector platform such as Mio as well as OSIS. OSIS and Mio, these are the platforms for the corporate to either underwrite a particular policy, get the quotes in the live mode as well as negotiate with the insurers. The Mio is the corporate sales pitch where we will have all the different insurers coming at one platform. The corporate can have their say in which policy they want to have, what kind of a budgeting do they have, what kind of a benefits do they want. All those are incorporated into the Mio sales. Mio is also a platform where you see variety of a sales representative coming at a one platform, monitor them, see the notifications, see the leads they have generated, see the progress of the leads. So that is our Mio. We have a platform called as Alfred, which is a claims processing platform. In the claims processing, we do pre-authorization till the end of the entire claim processing, which is either the payment of the claim or the further query and getting the queries resolved. That's our Alfred platform. At the end of the conversation, I would say that the entire platform is built for the insurance and healthcare sector, where we offer full stack offers, starting with the insurance sales, insurance processing, claims modification, product building. Product building, we have a product called as products, which will help you to design a particular product based on your needs for your corporates or your insurers. So that's in general. The problem so far we have addressed is we have managed to have more than 5 lakh claims processed. We have more than 50 lakh proposals verified as well as underwritten through our platforms. That's in general for us. We are present here out of India. Headquartered is based out of Gurgaon, but we are also present in MENA countries as well as Southeast Asia. For the future plans, what we want to do is invest in the talent, as mentioned. We are constantly hiring, especially we have internships starting up to the leadership positions. We keep on hiring from the different institutes. That's one part. We want to invest more into the technical aspect, the data science area. We want to build more and more data scientists. We have more than 50 so far, but down the line we'll have ML engineers, data science, as well as people who can handle a big data, so that if we decide to go for the LLM model building in-house, we should have that capacity. regionally also we are trying to expand out of India. So we will be investing in Middle East as well as Southeast Asia. That's our long-term goal. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a pioneering agriculture generative AI company, and we have been working developing AI ML solution for Indian agriculture for 4 years. What we are trying to build is something where Indian farmers struggle the most. That's like knowledge gap. We have many agriculture institutes, Vigyan Kendra, and everyone producing huge amount of knowledge, but this knowledge never reaches to the farmer because the farmer has literacy and language barrier and a different type of problem like this. And what we're trying to do is we are trying to solve this problem by bringing AI, which is a multilingual, voice-based, conversational co-pilot for farmers. Now, this co-pilot in our application that we have built, farmer can select a language, click a button, and they can just have a conversation with the whole knowledge base that has been created by all this renowned institute, and can answer directly to the farmer's question in the language they can understand in simplified way. So this is what we are doing and we are building. We have also built our own large language model that is built on very specifically on Indian agriculture practices, and which is bilingual Hindi and English. So we can easily use this large language models to provide the solution for the farmers' questions and their queries. And our plan is to start adding more features, not just the advisories and knowledge. We also want to start integrating live market prices, analytics. For example, farmer can just ask a question like, hey, I have grapes to sell in Nasik Mandi. What was the price yesterday? Or what was the average price in January? Or which month has the base prices? All type of analytics can be also asked as a question in voice through AI. And AI will reply back in the same language in audio format so they can have a conversation. And we want to add more of those things, and we also want to integrate this particular solution into the private organization so we can also start delivering their own knowledge base.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Neuron provides the complete end-to-end platform for generative AI enablement for enterprises. What we do is we solve problem from data curation to data activation to model building and fine-tuning to application inference ending and application in various use cases like credit co-pilot, equity co-pilot, in generation of automated reports. We also work with a lot of social impact companies in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure development, e-commerce sector. So these are the various sectors we enable large companies for. We are working with all the marquee names in India as well as abroad. One of a very large fashion brand store which has 200 retail outlets in India, what we had created was for their retail partners, we had created a co-pilot which enables them to talk to the clients, process documentation documented into that co-pilot, which the retail outlet sales people and growth people can talk to, learn from that. So intent was to create a homogeneous knowledge base across the retail outlets, having the same kind of growth platform, having the same kind of content that is being talked about with respect to the clients and customers. One of the use cases that we have solved for another company is in terms of credit lending. What we do is we create a knowledge base out of all the repository of client documentation that they have created, and our automated bot, it gives question and answers on the possibility of what is the journey this client should take, what are the various underwriting deviations that might be with respect to the policy, and also what are the mitigations so that the larger amount of loan can be enabled for this SME, consumer loan, or any other enterprise disbursals. Definitely, we are a growth company. We are working with a lot of partners like the Ministry of METI. We are working with NASCOM. We are official partners of NVIDIA as well. So we have a lot of GPU enablement with us. We are growing with respect to the talent pool. Also, we are currently 25 people. We hope to grow to 100 people by the end of next year. We are also growing our customer base in India across sectors, from financial services, e-commerce, legal and contractual laws, audit policies. So various sectors that we are growing in, and we want to enable large enterprises with faster and resourceful enablement of the AI and services. Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So basically, fake news is a big problem in today's time. So that is one problem that we're actually providing a solution for. Our founder, Mr. Shrey Sharma, he himself is an industry veteran. So he's been working in the Silicon Valley for 6 years. Then in 2019, he came back to India, inspired by the Make in India program, and we started off with Newsera in 2019. In 2022 November, we launched the application. So it's an AI verified news application basically. So all the news that gets published on our application is verified by the AI algorithms that we've set. So we've built our own LLM models that do all of these processes. Moving forward with this generation, because the kind of lifestyle we are living, nobody has the time to go through long articles. And we prefer having engaging videos. So that is how, and that is the reason why we've actually built up the application wherein the informative content or the news comes either in the bite-sized information or as video formats. So it's fun, factual, and engaging for the audience. It's a B2C product. It's available on Google Play Store and App Store, so people can download and engage with the news articles. And as a long-term vision, we are trying to combat and contribute basically to the SDG Goal 4 and Goal 16, wherein we are moving forward and looking forward to a news-informed and well-literate society. So the impact that the society has, the kind of impact that general public has with the news information, it gets better, and there's no fake or deep fake news information that they're actually going to adapt.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently, we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi.
We have Mr. Sandeep Lodha with us from NetWeb. Thank you, Mr. Lodha, for your time. Could you please tell MyStartuptv about a little bit about your company? What are the problems that you're trying to solve through AI, and a little bit about the solutions?
Right. So NetWeb is a 25-year-old company, and we are basically solutions, and we make AI infrastructure solutions. We are into solutions like supercomputing, delivering AI to our customers, starting from the workstation till your high-end supercomputer. We also do private cloud and also take to the entire cloud journey basically. So we do the entire gamut of a whole lot of things. Recently we did a project for Government of India also, which is a Government of India's AI infrastructure, where we do, that is particularly India's fastest supercomputer right now, and it is also 75th fastest supercomputer in the world. We delivered this, and a lot of companies, lot of models are getting trained here. I guess government is also going to talk about and see that, you know, if they can give it to the startup world also to use. And there are some of the startup I know who are training their model using this infrastructure. So that is there. We as a company, we do have a whole gamut of product, right from a very small workstation to the entire journey of private cloud, or getting the entire infrastructure for AI and other stuff to a very high-end solution. So we deliver the entire stuff there. Yeah.
Would you like to comment on the AI ecosystem, startup ecosystem in general, the opportunities, threat, kind of policies you'd like to see, and especially the talent which works?
Right. So the advantage of AI, we are talking about AI, and AI is actually nothing but, it is going to expand more. It just started. We talk about learning market. Learning market is no more slowing down. I see that accelerating further. After the learning market, we do have the inferencing market, and then there is a lot of requirement which is coming up. There are voice related stuff, there are NLM related stuff, LLM chatbots which are coming up, more intelligent chatbots. The kind of opportunity is also there, and I see a lot of startups picking up those opportunities and trying to come with the products and solutions. There are real life cases and problems which are there which AI can solve today, and I see some of these startups which have displayed out in this show also. They do have a good product line, and they are trying to address some of them. I'm sure this is growing, and they are going to have a lot of advantages as soon as their application starts working and get more adopted, right? And talent, I guess there's a huge amount of talent out there. A little bit of directions and other stuff we need to finalize as they go, but that shouldn't be a problem. I think eventually they will find their way out.
Thank you, Lodha, for your time. Mr. Lodha, for your time, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
MyStartup is world's first visual web browser, visual document reader, and visual dictionary. So what it does differently, it provides you the visual meaning. So the question is why we have built that. In India, if you see, we have a lot of different languages, mother tongue, like we have as Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi. And in India, 90% of people are not good at English in terms of reading, writing, and understanding. But 90% of all of the content that are available on the general medium, like you're reading a newspaper, or you're doing web browsing, or you're getting a bill, or you're reading any document, all are available in English. So we have developed this web browser. So with the help of our web browser, you can read any content in your language. If you are stuck at any particular word, you tap on that word, you will get a visual meaning. So this is the entire concept. Also, we are providing an AI-based ad network that helps all the publisher or content creator or app developer to monetize their space and earn extra money. I'm very excited about this AI opportunity that I'm right now over here, because in India, AI community is growing, and with the help of AI, we can solve a lot of things. We can solve a lot of the problem of edtech, healthcare, agriculture. So I think over the time, India will really become a thriving economy and ecosystem with this opportunity that is being created in AI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
MSense is providing automated quality inspection in manufacturing using its AI-powered digital eyes and digital ears. If you really want to correlate with how it goes with human beings, right? So whatever humans are able to do the inspection by using their eyes, that's what we can automate using our digital eyes. And digital ears is more for inspection by listening to sound. So whatever humans are using their ears for doing any quality inspection by listening to sound, we can actually do that automation. Right now we are very much focused on the automotive manufacturing. We have inspected more than 10 million vehicles with zero outflows from our inspection stations. We have been winners of innovation challenges from Mahindra, Maruti Suzuki, Renault, Nissan, and in fact our product was adjudged as a best quality solution award by Honda two-wheelers. Right? We are very unique in terms of providing our digital ES product. Nobody is there having the production ready deployments by doing inspection using sound. We started MSense in 2018 with the motive of really enabling the manufacturing sector to strengthen their quality, having a very comprehensive inspection solution. If you really look at the overall inspection market, it is growing at 8% per annum, and it is expected to be $27 billion market globally. So that's how. So we are three founders, myself, Shiv Shankar, Surekha Gupta, who takes care of our business development as a CBO, and Vipin Agrawal, who is our CTO. He is based out of California. See, as of today, we are bootstrapped. We started, as I said, we are 5 years old company. We are bootstrapped. We are surviving on the revenues. But yes, we do have plans to grow in India and also go across India. We are looking at US and Japan market. Maybe in another 2 years time, we want to go global and be profitable in 25-26 financial year. Yeah, thank you. If you would like to, yeah, thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are based out of Gurgaon, and we is a startup, 7-year startup, and like we have grown from like very small ideation to up to 350 recently, and we are primarily focusing into healthcare, which is covering all three ecosystem, payers, providers, and across the pharmaceutical. How we can enable them in the digitization platform, and what is the way to improve the patient outcome, patient journey. Like for example, with the latest technology, digitization and AI-enabled technology, how the ecosystem, the patient journey can be enabled. Like on the disease management program, there are a lot of disease management programs are there. How we can engage the audience, how we can improve their performance, and for a particular provider, how we improve their efficiencies. Like using AI-enabled technology, which will nudge the automated ways to different segment of patients. Like if I will say example, I'm a diabetic patient and I want to cover like the entire journey. We will nudge them or will send a reminder or ways that you have something which is planned, scheduled. You can visit this, and how was your journey in all those point of it. So it's like a combination of AI plus data, which is we have getting from all the hospitals or all the different providers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are Cure.ai, and it's a 7-year-old startup looking at solving the problem of radiologists, shortage of radiologists across the world. And we read, for example, in tuberculosis, we are working on helping clinicians get reports within 30 seconds. What usually would take 3 days for a radiology center to read, come back with the report, will just be done in 30 seconds. So a patient can be treated within, the treatment can start on the same day. So that's how it's reducing the turnaround time to treatment. And by starting the treatment on the same day, what happens is the communicable disease such as TB is not spread in the community. The person going back will be aware that they have tuberculosis, and they'll come back and they'll start their treatment, they'll isolate themselves. And similarly, we are also working on lung health, stroke, fractures, other areas, and we are expanding. The aim is to basically make healthcare accessible and affordable across the world. We are already present in 85 plus countries, and we are trained on a huge data set on 1 billion plus images. So the future is headed towards complementing what clinicians are doing. There's a lot of workload on them already. So this is to assist them and make healthcare more easy, affordable across the world. A lot of policies being formed across the world right now, and there are some countries that do have some regulations, and while others don't. I will just say at this point of time that it's not something to be afraid of, but to have more set rules, security concerns around it, in terms of policy solved, and I think from there it can move in a positive direction. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are the cybersecurity company, like we are a cybersecurity startup working in the web application and API security domain. So the problem statement that we are trying to solve here is like we have seen there is a lot of digitalization is going on everywhere, and all the companies are now migrating it from the on-prem version to the cloud. So the risk associated to those applications and APIs are also increasing. And we have seen so many cyber attacks are happening on a day-to-day basis. There are multiple frauds are happening, and the hackers are able to exploit those applications and APIs in a very easy format. So if anyone wants to enter in your organization, the applications and the APIs are always the first point of contact for them, same like the hacker or same for the users. So they can sit anywhere in the world, they can come to your application from the website, and whatever the security loopholes that they can find inside them, they can able to exploit. And we are getting like so many updates about these kind of security flaws on a day-to-day basis, which we need to update on a regular aspect in order to keep ourselves more secure from the latest cyber attacks. So this is a challenge that we have identified in the existing solutions which are there in the market. First of all, there is no Make in India product in this segment. We have been competing with the companies coming from US and Israel, and they are mainly focusing on the detection side. So they don't have anything when it comes to the fixing of those security flaws which we have identified in those applications and APIs. So what we are trying to solve here is like we have created our own Make in India indigenous homegrown solution with the name ThreadSpy, and we call it as a developer first AppSec management platform. So the focus is only to the developers, and we wanted to see like how the developers identify, like it need to be go to the developers because they are the only ones who will going to find and fix the vulnerabilities. And in those applications and APIs in a proactive manner, we give all those loopholes to the organizations through the dashboards, and it is easily being available to the developers on that side. So once these loopholes are being identified, then we are prioritizing them on the reachability framework, which is one step further to the CVSS, and then we help the teams to fix those particular flaws automatically. So now the product can get easily integrated to your CI/CD pipeline, and the security need to be implemented by the design, and this is the focus where we are coming with this product, and we are implementing it throughout the design itself. So you don't need to wait for the product to go in the production environment and then it will going to fix the vulnerability, because the cost is always high, and in the same scenario your users will going to affect if there is any kind of a downtime associated to your application. So what we do in that scenario is like we integrate our application or product directly to your pipelines, and that way you can scan them whenever you are changing anything inside the code, and we will be able to fix those flaws in a proactive manner. So this is the complete the homegrown solution, and we are trying to solve this problem in a more robust way. So we are well been recognized by the IIT Kanpur, the National COE, the Data Security Council of India, and the MIT, and they are being helping us in positioning our product to the global market, and we are being able to do it. And so the thing that we are trying to come up in the upcoming months is like we will be adding some more capability to our product, and that's where we will be increasing its robustness and trying to the vision is to make ourselves a global leader in this domain, not only serve the Indian customers, but also we can serve the customers who are coming all over the globe. And so far we were able to grab like a good amount of customers on the various segments, like from the government, fintechs, edtechs, not from India and even from out of India, so from the different set of LAC countries and from European countries. And this is where we were able to make the change and show the teams like this is something very unique in the approach in identification, and same goes for the fixing of the vulnerabilities. Yeah. So this is all about us. Like if you want to try our product, you can come to our website www.secureblink.com. You can sign up there and you can get a 14 days of a free trial to explore this product and give it a try to your organization and see how it can help you to minimize the gaps in a more proactive way and more faster than what you have seen in the existing solutions. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So we are an instant diagnosis test kit, which can be done anywhere, anytime with your smartphones. So we want to be giving this to elderly or maybe the person who is very curious about their health and want to track every time. So it will help and identify early diseases which might affect some serious issues like UTI, maternity health, early pregnancy, and miscarriage, etc. So in this product, there is a dipstick like this, which will be dipped in the urine. This bottom part will be dipped in the urine. As this is a dry chemistry, when it's come into contact with urine, there will be some color changes in these pads, and based on these color changes, there will be different biomarkers values. These different biomarker values will be defining your health issues. If any parameter is going out of range, it will identify and mark as abnormalities. We are using AI to just generalize everything, every environmental condition, every phone. So different phone has different sensors, different lighting conditions are there. Right now I am in a place where it's little yellow. At my home it's little dark. At some other place it will be some other color. So we use AI technology to transform all the images to in a uniform and generalized way, where we can use these colors and identify it and give the more accurate result to the users.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Jai Hind. I am Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi, a Kargil war veteran and a motivational speaker. I'm so glad to be part of the ITTL event. My topic for the day was battle zone to boardrooms, evolution of leadership during disruptive times. मुझे लगता है ये टॉपिक ऐसा है जो आज हर सेक्टर में, हर जोन में हमारे बहुत काम आएगा. There are lessons from war zone that can be inculcated through corporate in dealing with their war zones.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I'm here to Delhi to give a keynote speech at ITTL, India Tech Talent Conference, one of the best conferences I ever attended. This kind of conference where all the educators and corporate leaders and also the investors, innovators, they are all coming here. They are meeting together. How they can bring the innovation to the education segment, innovation to the corporate segment, innovation to the startup ecosystem. I think this is the kind of meetup events which requires in India, so that a lot of people, they don't know what's happening in IITs, what's happening in other AICT. For example, AICT chairman mentioned lots of AICT idea labs and all that. Nobody knew about IICT idea labs unless you come and participate in this kind of events, where we come to know about what's all happening in India, how we can collaborate, how we can help the new generation startups, because a lot of new generation startups are coming in the country now, and they are going to be unicorn. They are going to beat all the world startups, either from Silicon Valley or from Singapore, other countries, because India is a very big market, and we have prestigious schools, n number of prestigious schools, a lot of R&D is happening, lot of problems are yet to be solved in the country. If you go to rural India, empty number of problems yet to be solved. All these problems are the opportunities for the new age startups. So this kind of conferences will enable these startups to pick up some of those ideas and take those ideas and get the investments from India Startup Festival, our angels, and so that they will be able to build a product solution and for India initially, but afterwards they can take it to the globe. I really enjoy meeting a lot of people here, and it's a great conference. And I wish Chinmay and his team to create more such events. It's a great networking event. Combination of all the stakeholders in this entire ecosystem. I wish them all the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I started my career in the Indian Administrative Service in Andhra Pradesh cadre, and then in 2005 I joined the World Bank, and I was the practice manager for information communication technologies for the World Bank globally. And then in 2018 I left the World Bank, and in 2019 I started Multiverse, which is a company focused on technology for social impact. So we are working in the area of leveraging digital technologies for making a difference to the future of work. And I am very pleased to be here at this particular conference on the India Tech Talent League. And I'm also very fortunate to be associated with the International Startup Foundation, which was very key to helping Multiverse to tap investments and to scale up our activities to the next level. So it's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here. And companies like Multiverse feel really enthused and very encouraged and supported by all the great work that is going on in the International Startup Foundation and in conferences like the one that I'm attending today. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ITTL has been doing excellent work in the past few years in encouraging startups, bringing them together, putting them on a platform that gives us an ability to network and develop our ecosystem. The company that I'm currently involved, most of my time goes into this company called Binford Research Labs, which is a Hyderabad-based startup. We develop drones and counter-drone solutions for the Indian military. One of the advantages that we've seen in the Indian startup ecosystem in recent years is the development of something called the Defense Innovation Organization. They run a series of challenges called the IDEX challenges, which is Innovation for Defense Excellence. And we have been lucky and probably a little bit, hardworking too, to be able to win 4 IDEX challenges under our belt, which basically means that the government of India has seen it fit to fund us to the tune of about 6 crores, 1.5 per IDEX. I'm here today actually to also network with people and figure out how we can improve funding for startups in India. The other thing that you will see in Hyderabad especially, where I come from, is a plethora of space startups. So I am also part of a space startup called Exceed Space, which was the first company to have actually launched, a private company to have launched a satellite using SpaceX. So we put up 2 satellites. We are working with several state governments to see if we can put up more satellites for Earth observation to help with disaster management. My thanks to the team at ITTL for having done such an excellent job of putting people together, creating a forum, and giving us all the ability to do bigger things and make India an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are here at ITTL and I have just got off a panel which is more of a galaxy of experts, where we were talking about the different impact of AI, artificial intelligence. And I would like to thank the organizers, especially the organizers, My Anatomy and other participants of India Tech Talent League, for organizing this today. And this is the 4th, and I had participated in Hyderabad and now here in Delhi. I found this a very, very interesting forum. A lot of very interesting discussions have been happening. The future direction of how AI should be adopted responsibly has been discussed over here. And of course, I look forward to the rest of the event as we proceed further. I would also like to compliment MyStartuptv coming all the way from Hyderabad, and majorsunilshetty and others for doing this interview, because this India Tech Talent League is one of the important events in the AI calendar of India as of now, and probably the way it is growing, I'm sure with the support of Mr. Jay Chaudhary and others, it'll reach international proportions soon. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
A lot of things are changing on the talent and education side. When I was growing up, it was very, very important to have a good handwriting to score a good academic score. But that got replaced with, keyboards coming in. And now it is again changing in a perspective where, AI, generative AI, and everything, which AI and ML is bringing to education, it is going to completely change the way we learn. Because right now, when you are in a classroom, and a teacher is teaching, everyone learns the same thing at the same pace. But this is definitely, my perspective on this is that AI and ML together would help in terms of people learning at their own pace, where different people can, adjust to the pace of learning, which will definitely, improve the quality of learning for everyone. At the same time, I think it's also going to have an impact of the technical side, where today, it's already being seen that, the generative AI has an impact anywhere between 20 to 40% in terms of the coding efficiency. So obviously, this will help our coders, good coders, to build more in the same time, which also will have a direct impact in terms of our GDP. And the last thing, I think also what's becoming important, which is one thing which is being said, is that tomorrow maybe English is going to become the language of coding, because when you have the prompts in the generative AI, it becomes very, very important how do you write the prompt rightly to get the output, where then it would give you the results with the underneath code in it. So I think these are some things which I believe will have a big impact on learning, on talent, the way the education is, the way whole talent development is being done. And obviously it will definitely help us to deliver more in lesser time. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I met some friends, some industry leaders I haven't met for a while. Happy New Year to you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Professor T.G. Sitaram, who's the chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education. He's a very distinguished educationist and has really brought in the last few months a lot of dynamism and activity to the AICT, continued the good work that was done in the past few years. So good to see you, Professor T.G. Sitaram. After many years, maybe 4 or 5 years, I met Mr. J.A. Chaudhary, who's himself been a pioneer in fueling the innovation ecosystem. I remember now that we are also doing a FinTech festival and a lot more, and why not? But I know the first FinTech festival was done by you in Vizag. I came for that and really used to work in NVIDIA, and we were talking about, look at what is happening to NVIDIA. We're talking of innovation and look at how it's beaten Intel and everyone. As you know, he used to work for NVIDIA and used to be president South Asia. I see a lot of friends, some new ones, and some I see our friend Mr. Venkat from the Telangana Higher Education Council being here, and we've collaborated on many initiatives together. So good to see you, sir. Normally I see you in Hyderabad, so it's good to see you here. A lot of friends from the academia, friends from the media, friends from the corporate world. I am here because Chinmay and Thalis got me to do this. And I can say that I admire what Chinmay does. He puts 100%. I remember he reached out to me and said he wants to meet me a year back, and I met him. And for next 90 minutes, he was telling me what he is doing. And I saw the passion and the commitment he has in his own understanding of what is needed by corporates, because he was the head of placements of a large university. He understands what is needed and he's trying to bridge that gap. And this initiative, the initiative of the India Talent League, is also an initiative to be able to bridge the gap. He's asked me to talk about innovation, and I'll first of all, I want to ask all of you, if you had to rate India on innovation on 1 to 10, where would you rate India today in 2024, on 10th Jan 2024? 7. Okay, any other? 6. So that's not bad. I think in the last few years, India has improved. And I can say that if we have to get to 10, we need more forums like that. But traditionally, what do you think has held India back in terms of what we should be doing in terms of product-led innovation, business process-led innovation, and very importantly, services delivery innovation. What has held us back culturally? Huh? Culture. You're close. Can you go one level down? Okay, you're very, very close. So you're exactly very close to the word I'm looking for. Okay, that's one, that we are the sweatshop of the world. We are the back end of the world. But the word that I was looking was fear of failure. I think the reason India had, as a culture, our parents never encourage us to fail. Failing means being ostracized, right? So we have a culture that only celebrates success. We do not celebrate failure. And I'm not suggesting we celebrate Rahul Gandhi, but on a serious note, we only celebrate success. And I think if we let our children to experiment and the culture allows them to fail, then that mindset of creating something, experimenting, pivoting, orbit changing, whatever you want, they'll eventually get to what they need to. And I'm reminded of a quote from the book, The Last Lecture, where Randy Posh says that there's nothing called failure. It's all experience. He says, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So really, I think at a young level in schools, in families, in homes, in society, we have to let our young adults know that there's nothing called failure. Failure is part of the success equation. It is an experiment. It is an experience. I think that's the culture change that has happened in the last decade or so that has brought us. If I'd asked this question, you possibly would have said 3, 4, definitely less than 5. Today, the fact that it is 7, and that matches with my own assessment, is because somewhere this fear of failure is not there as much as it was there earlier, at least for the new generation. 3 weeks back, we did an initiative, the millennial and Gen X change makers. I met innovators who were from 4 years, 7 months young to 23 years. That was we had 24 speakers. And that's the one conference I sat through except for an half an hour where I stepped out for a work. Those young adults who were 10, 12 years of average age in that room were doing, tells us that the future of India is in safe hands. Now also, since you'd asked me to talk, I normally say that I don't use PowerPoint presentations because PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Chaudhary's friend and Venkat Garu's friend, so I mean, really don't have to do that. But I did prepare one, since I know that Professor T.G. Sitaram is there. He may re-nominate me on the MDI board from ACAT, which he got me off this year in June. I'm very subtle, sir. I was born a Punjabi, but that's okay. I have done my time. I'm happy. More people should be on the board. So I prepared a presentation, very brief. I want to ask you, sir, it's a new presentation. It's not the one I made in Chennai. So I can tell you, sir was our keynote speaker and chief guest at our BW Education Higher Education Symposium. How many of you know this guy? I mean, I've given his name, but do you know who he is? Please don't Google him. You can Google him later. Do you know which cricket team he plays for? Does he play for a cricket team? Who's he? So no one knows him. Anyone knows him? So he's a young Israeli. He must be around 35 now. You can check his exact age. His name is Nadab Ben Yehuda. Why am I showing his picture at a conference which is about bridging the gap between academia and corporate world and fueling innovation at the school level? In 2012, he was very close to climbing the Mount Everest. He's left the base camp of Mount Everest and he was very close. And then one of his fellow climbers and friends, who's Israeli, died. Another third one was about to die. So he had a choice, either to be the first Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, and it's a big deal. First in everything is a big deal. Or he could have saved the life of his friend who was dying. Guess what is the option he exercised? He saved the life of his friend. He came down and he was very close to the Mount Everest. So he's like, in the process, he had frostbites. He had to get 2 of his fingers amputated. He doesn't have them. Subsequently, he's become a search and rescue professional, photographer and a speaker, and he did become the first Israeli to climb the Mount Annapurna. I think while we teach our children or in schools, AICTE over the last 9-10 years has tried to bring real world into classrooms without, theory is also important, try to keep the curriculum in tune, bring flexibility. There's a certain vision the new education policy has, and AICTE is a very important part of it. But the first lesson we need to teach children is kindness. I think in a world that is increasingly because of social media, there is so much pressure. So I'm going to talk to you about 3 things which I believe are important for innovation. It is not an usual talk. You may say, what I've had for breakfast or I had for dinner when I prepared this. But I really believe innovation is secondary. First is you have to be empathetic to yourself, empathetic to the environment you are in, you have to be kind. So first is having a class on kindness in the schools. In kindness is about kindness in practice. Kindness is not a concept. Second thing, which is very underrated, is sleep. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours in the night? I hope nobody sleeps in the day, but that's why I say in the night. Except people at Business World, right? They sleep in the day also. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? 2 people. 3, 4. How many is 5, 6, 7, about 10 people? How many sleep less than 7 hours? A lot more, almost double, right? How many sleep 8 hours? Good, this is the first audience. Honestly, I've done this over the last 30 days multiple times, where there are almost 3 times who sleep more than 8 hours. Anybody who sleeps more than 9 hours? Okay, I do on weekends. How many of you sleep less than 5 hours? I have lots of CEO friends who sleep less than 5 hours. How many of you sleep less than 5 hours? Not a good thing for you. Okay. Now, sleep is there are 3 pillars of health. First is sleep, which is 60-70%. I'm not saying experts. I'm not an expert on sleep. Second is nutrition, which is a very 30%. So 60-30. I'm simplifying. They're all, you have to come together. And then is movement, exercise. Sleep is the most important. If you sleep well, you'll be mindful, you'll eat better, you'll be in conversations. When you talk to someone, you'll be fully in it. You'll absorb better, you'll get ideas better, you'll innovate. But in India, there is a sleep deficit. We are doing a study of 30,000 various slices of the population. I promise you, we are a sleep-deprived country. And then there are 2 more companies or kind of companies that are making sure that we stay sleep-deprived. Can you guess which companies? So one, content companies, they want you to binge watch. Start watching a show at 10 p.m. and watch it till 4 a.m. I have done it twice in my life, right? Maybe twice, thrice, but mostly I don't compromise on sleep. Second, in fast food delivery companies, you can order pizza at 2 a.m. in the night, it'll come to you in 3 minutes. No traffic, Mr. Sitaram, at 2 a.m. So sleep, this is a book I read 10, 12 years back by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep, and you can watch the YouTube video. I promise you, anyone who will watch the YouTube video, read the book, will not compromise on their sleep. Because we do so many things, we run, we walk, which are very good. We eat all the right things, but we don't sleep enough. I think if you sleep well, trust me, especially in children, they have pressure of performance, peer pressure. I have 2 children, 20 and 16. I know the pressure they have. Talis is a daughter who's in class 10. So really, children have lots of pressures. They don't articulate them. But if you can let them sleep well, even if it means being very disciplined with them and strict with them, and over a period of time they'll get used to. But I'm talking, when we talk in schools, do we educate children to sleep well? Be kind, and then I read this book 10, 12 years back, and I read it last year. I think in June I was going to Bangalore for a Business World Healthcare event, and I read this is the new edition. And this is one chapter from the book or somewhere in the book, which says scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer, it enhances your memory and makes you more creative, and so on. And that is sleep. Just sleeping 1, 2, and it's also the quality of sleep. I keep my phone away. I'm a very active person, but in the night, I keep my phone away in my study. I've been doing it for 10, 12 years. I don't keep it because then I'm tempted to pick it up. And honestly, in the last 30 minutes, I get lots of ideas because I'm alone, I'm sleeping, no phone, no nothing. And I do get ideas, right? But I calm myself and I sleep. The third thing, I'll come to this. The third thing is sustainability, which I must say is being taught in some schools. Students are being exposed. Children are being exposed. And children, through the influence of internet, media, through various initiatives, are becoming more and more sensitive about sustainability. This is a cover I read in the Time magazine late last year, and it asks, what is the most important place on earth? Ironically, it's not a place on earth, it's the oceans. The shrinking oceans are making sure that we are endangering ourselves. The excreta of the large mammals, really, those of you know, these things, it really absorbs carbon dioxide. So ocean shrinking is not good. So teaching them what sustainability. I just want to say that if we teach children or sensitize children, sometimes teaching is difficult. They learn by example. They learn through doing. They learn through experiential learning, if I may use that. Teaching them these three things along with the softer skills of listening, because they have their phone. They have now artificial intelligence. And again, Chinmay talked, we are doing this in the era of artificial intelligence. How is it impacting us? I'll come to that. I genuinely believe the more artificial intelligence grows, the human skills that were relevant in the 90s, that were relevant in the 20s, that were relevant in the 21st century, will be even more relevant. And artificial intelligence will make progress, so it will create stuff which is unique. I won't say original, I'd say unique because it is past. But I was reading this book by a new, by the CEO of an AI company who was also at Google, and he's come up with something called a personal AI assistant, which is empathy. The empathy is built in by what have you done in the past. So he or it's called Pi. It will paraphrase everything. So you don't need to see a shrink. You talk to your Pi. It will tell you about your past behavior. It will rephrase so that you know that there is empathy. He is listening. He knows it's not that is happening. But the value of human touch or talking to a human being, we could have done this on Zoom. You shouldn't have traveled from Hyderabad, right? But the fact is, we're doing. So I genuinely believe, like in every other century, there have been fears about things, and human beings have been able to use advancement in technology to their benefit by being balanced about it, by minimizing the negative impact. I think the role of artificial intelligence in schools, in education, in learning, and especially in the business world and corporate world, will only enhance what is happening. It will not diminish what is happening. And I can give you many examples. Also, artificial intelligence, by definition, is what you did in past. So for real creation, you will still need the inspiration and the perspiration and the gurus to be able to do. Yes, a lot of that will happen through a touch on the screen, but really artificial intelligence is a friend, is a guide, is a mentor, is a tool. It's not going to replace. 3 years back, EduTech was at the peak of Corona. We all were questioning the value of campuses, of face-to-face classroom education, the value of teachers. I remember doing a session with Professor T.G. Sitaram and other leading academicians, and we talked about it, and the word was hybrid. I think we are fully back to classrooms because there is something about the classroom and having an interaction with the professor or talking to you like this face-to-face, which is not there. So without going into too much, I would only say that artificial intelligence can become tools for information and knowledge. And there is a school of thought which says that in schools, teachers will do a discussion and not an instruction. That is what will happen, because the knowledge would be there. But again, that is debatable, because classrooms are about focus. They are about being in the moment. But who knows the future? I certainly don't know the future. I would like to end by saying that really the future is going to be bright. India as a country is making strides. We today on Business World ran 2 articles. How India, I don't think it's left to anybody's imagination. In the next 6 to 10 years, we'll do better than we've ever done. We will, when the Prime Minister would talk about a 10 trillion economy, some of would laugh. I think it will happen sooner than sooner than later. And the other thing is about, yes, there is a dollar exchange and that reduces the size of our GDP in dollar terms, right? But I'm sure even on that front we'll catch. India has shown leadership in many domains, while in education in past, we've learned from American schools, from European schools, the Danish schools that we used as example of learning. I think the future belongs to integrating technology, the learning of ancient Indian wisdom, and very importantly, the traditional methods of teaching are, in my view, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, are here to stay. Artificial intelligence must be taught in schools, must be used in schools, but artificial intelligence is a tool, it's not learning by itself. Thank you, God bless you, and I wish all the stakeholders that are in this room well. I want to end by saying that there are 3 H's and 3 C's that you must remember. I keep reinforcing them. If you really want to learn, you have to stay away from 3 C's. First is complaining. I think if after COVID we are healthy, alive, our families are healthy, our communities are healthy, our businesses are doing okay because they provide livelihood and impact, we shouldn't complain. Comparison, the biggest thing. Social media is about comparison. I have 10,000 likes, he has 20,000 likes. I think we shouldn't compare. Each one's journey is unique. And third is criticize. Sometimes we criticize and their people, leaders, without knowing the choices they had, without knowing their journey. So I think stay away from the 3 C's, and as I keep saying, the 3 H's that matter is hope. I genuinely wake up every day believing today will be better than yesterday, tomorrow is better than today, and give whatever I do my best. Second is hard work. Maybe I'm a little old. I genuinely believe whatever you focus on grows. Chinmay is focusing on fostering this bridge between academia and the business world and provide livelihood to students. I think the more you focus, the more it will grow. So hard work and focus and impact go hand in hand. And last, third is humility. As you grow, as your impact grows, you have to be more humble. Because if you want to be innovative, the first quality that you need is humility, an open mind. An open mind and humility go together. So have an humility to be able to accept ideas that you don't understand because we don't even know what we don't know. Thank you. God bless you.
Friends, today we are all here, assembled here for this very interesting workshop or the India Tech Talent. Okay. Thank you, first of all, for having me as a guest for this Tech Talent League 2023. We are already in 2024. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers for creating such a diverse platform. And I understand that this is the 4th in the series started from last year. And to showcase the best practices in the field of education, innovative AI solutions, automation, and cutting-edge technologies. Friends, the skilled technical talent is very essential for harnessing this potential, effectively ensuring its responsible development and maximizing its positive impact on the society. So all of us have heard about AI from Anurag Batraji, what it has really given an opportunity for us. But let me tell you my own impression of the artificial intelligence on our society. Friends, when I joined AICT, that's the time ChatGPT was sort of announced. That was last year, okay? ChatGPT 4 came out. Then, one evening, I was just sitting and thinking about, I just joined AICT to understand what it does. Because many of us, when Anchor told us I understood what AICT is, I'm one of the graduate. But let me tell you, from my last 1 year, many of them have not understood what AICT does. So when recently we announced that we will also, monitor the quality of our undergraduate management education, there's a big hue and cry. They were worried why AICT is taking over. We are running this very effectively. I just wanted to tell them AICT is not taking anything. Okay? AICT is not an institution for that. AICT is All India Council for Technical Education, is a standard setting body. It's only set the quality parameters for us to evaluate in higher education, particularly in the area of technical education. So there, we are not only handheld, so we actually, as a body, started even as a 1945, as an advisory body to the Government of India, then British government. In 87, when large number of engineering institutions mushroomed in the country, particularly in the state of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu, okay, and Maharashtra. So 87, there was an act came in and made as a regulator. But I would like to assure you, in the last 6-7 years, formed itself, parents, they are going to select what kind of education what they want. So friends, AICTE is today, I call that as a facilitator. And coming back to the AI, when I was sitting, I wanted to understand what AICTE does. So let me see what these artificial intelligent models, chatbots, have understood about AICTE. Believe me, when I asked to write, it threw about 15-20 pages of all, because it's all what is there in the internet. It just collated and threw at me back within 10 seconds. So I was not very happy because I was not able to read that 10-15 pages. So I said, I don't know what it came to my mind. I said, write a poem about AICTE covering everything. Believe me, in 10 seconds, there was a beautiful poem about AICTE covering all its activities better than what I understood by that time. That was mind-boggling. Then immediately, I was not satisfied. As a human being, I said, write this poem in Hindi. In another 5 seconds, an Hindi poem covering the activities of AICTE was out there with 4 stanzas. So what do we think about in a poet's job? Even if I asked a poet to write this poem, he would have taken 1 year. Let me tell you why. Because he has to understand what AICTE does first. Okay? And read all the material, churn it in his mind, and then think about writing a poem. At least 6 months, if not 1 year. Okay? Because I remember at Indian Institute of Science, we asked Dr. Subbarayappa to write about Indian Institute of Science history when we completed 75 years in 84. Okay? And in pursuit of excellence. There's a book has been written by Dr. Subbarayappa, a professor of English. Okay? And he came on sabbatical for a year to Indian Institute of Science. At that time, when Dr. C.N. Rao was the director. And it took almost a year to write that book. Okay? So, this poem, really, and also we always think that poet job comes by, either through your genes, okay? And that's what we always, quote. either somebody should be the poet in your family. You cannot acquire the skills of a poet. But this AI tool has acquired it, ladies and gentlemen. So, are we worried? That's the question. But anyway, I did not satisfy there. I took a delegation on semiconductor to Taiwan. And then, when we visited, for Taiwanese, Taiwan itself is not it's not a completely independent country yet. Okay. When we visited, they thought that the big delegation has come from India, 10 vice chancellors and then chairman of AICTE. So they had arranged all the students' project also on display. One of the student project caught my attention. This boy has developed a robot to play a guitar, okay, the music. So that's, I think, and I have seen that in many of the Institute Innovation Councils, AICT, Institute Innovation exhibitions. Many of our students also does that, because nowadays the development of a robot is not a big thing. But what it attracted me, that particular student project, is he has used AI to even compose the music and play that through a robot. So this is much more worrisome than the poet job what AICT did. The AI did a poet's job by writing a poem. Now a musician job is also taken away by the AI. It's again, please think about this. The musician is again a skill which we thought that it could not be taken away by the machines. So are we worried? So I completely agree with Batraji on this aspect. I don't know whether he left. I think he has left. Okay? That, this is a tool which is created by human being for the betterment of the human. So I don't think we need to be worried about the artificial intelligence. But what is that we need to be prepared for? So ethical use of AI. I think there is a lot of debate should happen now. Because otherwise, the way we teach, or even a computer science professor is scared today. Why? If he gives an assignment to write a code, student will submit a code written by ChatGPT to the teacher. That code is much better than what a human being can write. Okay? At least as of now. Maybe not a very complex thing. So you could see now the threats of AI also coming in. So we need to now, friends, need to debate, discuss what are the positive effects of AI, what are the ill effects of AI, and how ethically we could use the AI. That's where AICTE has set up a committee to look at, to address, to understand how effectively we can use. Friends, all of you are here. I think majority of our engineering graduates, isn't it? I think majority. Because that's where, India has done very well, because we generate about 1.4 million engineers every year. Okay? This does not include the diploma graduates. That's again another 1 million. So I come from an institute called Indian Institute of Technology as a director. When I came out, I was just looking at how many graduates from all IITs put together come out. Can you take a guess? 15,700 graduates graduate from all the 23 IITs. How many graduates come out from AICT institutions? 1.4 million. This is the number, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we need to be focusing on the quality, so that if all these are quality engineers, we can be the engineers of the world. Okay, we are already. If you look at all the companies, you name a company where Indian diaspora has not contributed. It's very hard to find a company without an Indian being part of the system. Not only just in the lower level, at the higher level, in the top level. So all the top CEOs of top-notch companies, very successful companies, are Indians today, ladies and gentlemen. And we have done exceedingly well in STEM areas: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And some of us have already added arts to it, STEAM, okay? And then some of the IITs have added YUM to it again, and medicine, so that we can take care of healthcare. Friends, look at, we have two verticals we need to really work today in India. One is the knowledge creation, the other one is the skill development. The knowledge creation, friends, IITs have done reasonably well in the last 20 years. Okay? If you look at the history of Indian Institute of Technologies, all of you know, how many are graduates of IIT here? See, only one professor. That too, he became a chief secretary of the Telangana government. So you can see, he never even practiced his engineering. He went into administration. And his contribution is among us. I have read about Dr. J. Chowdhury. But what I'm trying to say is, all our IIT graduates, IITs were, you will agree with me, 1951, we started the first IIT, Kharagpur. I think many of you would be surprised. By 1961, we had 5 IITs. And 1994, the 6th IIT born, that is the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, where I was the director. 7th one was Roorkee. 8th one was BHU. By 2002, there was a survey done how these IITs are contributing to the research ecosystem in India. Believe me, they were at the rock bottom. This survey was presented in Current Science. You can read that article. And it said all publications published at that time in 2003 or 2002, one Indian Institute of Science was much, much greater than, I put double greater than sign in front of Indian Institute of Science, all 8 IITs put together. That was the story of 2002. In 2023, IIT Madras has surpassed the number of publications of Indian Institute of Science. IIT Bombay is in the top 50 of the world. IIT Kanpur is top innovative institutes of the world. I mean, at least India. In NIRF Innovation Index, IIT Kanpur came at the top. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in 20 years, from 2002 to 2023, these IITs have become institutes of Indian technologies. Inventive is going to be held in IIT Hyderabad next week, on 19th. If some of you have not marked your calendar, go there and look at the innovations of the Indian Institute of Technologies. We did that last year when I was the director of IIT Guwahati at IIT Delhi. Inventive, the second, this is the third in the series. Friends, lot of positive things have happened. In the last 2 years, look at the companies, which have become the unicorns, 110 plus. And when, Honorable Prime Minister, I heard a speech or a small bite in the video, he is talking about when in 2014, when he took over, there were 100 startups in the entire country. Today, more than 1.2 lakh startups. So how the startups ecosystem has emerged, just like that, there is a lot of hard work done by the Ministry of Education, and many of you, every one of you have contributed to that. Friends, research and innovation is going to be the focus. That's going to be the future of India, and AI is going to pitch into that. AI is the future of innovation. And today, with huge public, digital public infrastructure we have created to the whole world. Look at, some of them are mind-boggling. In even countries like America are scared of. For example, vaccination. How many crores we have done. It's all data available digitally. Okay? And Aadhaar is again a mind-boggling exercise. And the next one is going to come, watch out, is the Skill India portal. Skill India portal, if you have not seen, please watch that. It's going to integrate the entire skill ecosystem of the country. Skilling is going to be the key, ladies and gentlemen, other than the knowledge creation, which I just talked about. Okay? So India, how it has done in knowledge creation, let me tell you. Today, we are top 5 country in the world in research publications. top 5 country in the patents filing, okay, and awarding, and top 3 in the startup creation in the world. So we are we are already there, ladies and gentlemen. As Honorable Prime Minister keeps on telling us and reminding us, Vikasit Bharat at 2047, I don't think we need to wait up to 2047. It will be much before that. The kind of infrastructure what we are building is the world class. I got myself associated with the highest elevated rail bridge construction, and completely done by Indians, okay, which is across the Chenab River, Chenab. Okay, this is it's almost ready, because the other part which connects the Srinagar to Jammu is the one I am talking about. Okay, right now the trains are running up to Katra, which is the Vaishno Devi temple. Many of you might have visited, but already the trains are running in the valley, in the Srinagar valley, but the connection was not there. So this is the bridge, Chenab Bridge, which is 355 meters above the river bed level of Chenab. And the entire slope stability for 15 years it has taken, almost 15 years. So I got associated in 2004 with this project, and we were there up to 2019 till this foundation's stability. I'm a geotechnical engineer, completed that. Another classical example of infrastructure we have built is, I can go on many. So, but I will tell you which is touching the hearts of every Indian, which is Ram Janmabhoomi, Ayodhya temple. Because you could see Jai Sri Ram, Sita Ram is here. Why I am telling you is, I was associated with the foundation design of that. The entire foundation was a unique foundation designed for 1,000 years life. Very unique example. Okay, it's not an ordinary temple. Why? Because it's the aspiration of 1.4 billion people of India. And the way it has been projected now, all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, whether it is rivers of water come from every river and every people, and it has become a movement. I think whether we like it or not like it, this is the time India has one unique identity for us. So friends, today with AI being the key in front of us, innovation learning, access to information, personalized learning with such large digital public infrastructure, but I explained to you 3-4 of them. Digital literacy becomes a very important criteria, friends. All India Council for Technical Education has taken a big step. Many of you may not know what it is doing, because I would like you to take your time, little time, go through the websites. Okay, this time what we have brought a completely very, very revolutionary approval process away from a regulator. We opened up, so quality will survive. Quality institutions will survive. And we have brought the entire undergraduate education in management and undergraduate education in computer applications into the fold of quality. They will be working, they will be giving degrees wherever they were giving before. Their administration will be same, but the quality initiatives, whether teachers training or maintaining this standard of teacher-student ratio, and then new curriculum with mandatory internship. Friends, I have to talk about two initiatives of AICTE. One is the AICTE internship portal. Today has more than 2 crore verified students registered on our portal. 75,000 plus companies on our own portal offering the internship. And this year approval process we made 1 semester compulsory internship to every engineering student of the country. Okay? And AICTE second initiative was the placement portal, which we have just started for the rural and tribal area engineering institutions only this year, because we want to start first them so that they survive the wrath of all these bigger institutions. so that they can show the placement, because finally education is about employability. Unless there is a good employment and which we can create, there is no end to. Whatever education we talk about is useless. Okay? There should be a good, finally, people who are going to implement and help us. So this is the second, and the another very important is hands-on experience for our kids. AICTE Idea Labs we have created at 107 locations. Students are going to experiential learning. If some of you have not seen, please go and see the AICTE Idea Labs. They're very unique. Students and teachers are also getting in. Our ATAL program, that is AICTE's Teaching and Learning Academy, is another very big initiative. So we are trying to prepare for the future, ladies and gentlemen. With the constant evolution of technology, integrating technical talent into our young kids. So we made a minor degree can be obtained by any of my engineering graduate. Whether he is a civil engineer, mechanical engineer, or electrical engineer, he can get a minor degree of 18 credits to 20 credits in area of data science, artificial intelligence, robotics. Okay? Now you can see how the future skill has been integrated into the curriculum. Friends, AICTE has also planned to incorporate new areas like semiconductors. Actually, as chairman AICTE, I am the responsible person for implementation of semiconductor capacity building in the country. I can tell you, my institutions, more than 300, totally including, if you include the master's degree program, 600 institutions are offering programs in semiconductor. Why is this important? Friends, as you just talked about AI, semiconductors are also pervasive, friends. It is there with every one of you today. You are carrying them. It's going to be revolutionary if you don't really reinvent the wheel on the semiconductor area. It is only some countries like Taiwan and China, and they have really a market forces concentrated over today. Today, what you are seeing, all these tension, just like what happened in the, the Kuwait War. Kuwait War is about oil. And today, the tensions are all because of semiconductors. Oil is still remaining because we have seen that is happening in Ukraine as well. Friends, it's a golden time. Amrut Kal is here, ladies and gentlemen. In this Amrut Kal, whatever you attempt to do will become very fruitful. It's going to be realistic and you're going to be successful. We have seen Chandrayaan, Aditya L1 we were able to place. A poor country which you could not feed can send these things. How is that possible? Mangalyaan is the cheapest flight mission anywhere in the world it has happened. Who are these engineers are? You ask them, including the chairman ISRO. I was with him just last month. I was privileged to actually asked by him to release his book. Okay, I was with him in the ISRO headquarters. Friends, believe me, all those scientists are all from AICTE institutions, not from IITs, not from NITs. So you can see we have created a talent in the area of STEM, and this is the force to reckon with. And this talent is going to be there, and we are going to be the engineers of the world. By 2047, India would be developed country. Is the dream. It's no more a dream, ladies and gentlemen. It's the reality. We need to put hands together. All of us have to put hands together in these areas, and I think this is the time, and which is never there for India. 16th century belonged to whom? 16th century belonged to Netherlands. That's the time the sailing started. 17th century and 18th century belonged to British. Okay? 19th century, after the World War II, was America's time. After the COVID, it is India's time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All the very best. Namaskar.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the previous 3 events, I've been acting as more of a disruption. But this time, I'll be acting as a spark for all the dignitaries to set the stage on fire. And previously what I have said, it's all scripted, I've written it down, I've memorized it. But this time it'll be more impromptu. I have a PPT written down and I created it all by myself, no chat GPT used. So please excuse the simple language. Right? So in this PPT, I'll be covering certain points, 4 of them to be exact. First, we have AI and its impacts. Then issues with AI, or basically ethics in AI. Then jobs created due to artificial intelligence. And jobs that cannot be replaced by AI. So next PPT. All right. I've only mentioned 2 of its impacts, which is education and finance. So nowadays in school, every child has a different pace of learning, correct? But the teacher only focuses on finishing the syllabus. And henceforth, most of the kids, they don't really understand what's going on. But artificial intelligence has really helped cater to these children and create courses specifically based on their levels of learning. So I'll just go into detail with that. First of all, as I stated, personalized learning. So personalized learning platforms such as Brilliant tend to understand the students' learning abilities and create tasks and exams specifically for the child. After that, we have virtual classrooms. Now, due to COVID-19, we have been more elaborate and, it's not really alien to us anymore. So in virtual classrooms, it really allows the student to access education from any part of the world with no limitations in facilities. After that, we have language learning apps. So I myself use Duolingo. I'm sure we've all heard of that. And language is a very complex thing. You travel 100 kilometers from somewhere and the language changes, the culture changes. And language also affects the way people speak, their accents. And henceforth, it's very hard to learn. But due to AI and speech-to-text recognition, it helps correct your pronunciation, and it really teaches you languages in a more gaming manner. And so here we have speech recognition technology, provides real-time feedback on pronunciation, and helps students gamify language learning. After that, we have educational content creation. So nowadays, no one really pays attention in school. You sleep in school, you rest in school, you come back home and you watch YouTube to learn, or you use AI platforms to learn. Similarly over here, AI tools assist in creating educational content, and automated content helps educators develop engaging materials. After that, we have AI and its impacts in finance. So because this PPT was made by me, I don't really know much about finance and artificial intelligence and that, because I'm just 13 years old. But I just mentioned what I know. So to begin with, we have efficiency. Now, efficiency can include reducing manual work, increasing productivity, and enhancing the results. So I personally use Notion. Has anyone over here heard of Notion? Yeah? So I use Notion, but it's as a student, correct? It has artificial intelligence to create your own to-do list. You have different templates, one which you can pay for, one that's free. And so over here, AI automates administrative tasks, reducing manual work and increasing efficiency. For example, ChatGPT. All right, then we have risk management. So AI enhances risk assessment and management in financial institutions. Predictive analysis helps in finding financial risks and opportunities. After that, we have fraud detections. So nowadays, frauds are very common, and henceforth, artificial intelligence is something that is crucially kind of contributed in this situation. AI analyzes financial transactions to detect and prevent fraud. Real-time monitoring improves security and reduces financial risks. Over here, we have artificial intelligence market size from 2022 to 2032. Now, this is just a mere prediction, right? And we can see that in 2022, the market size is simply $454 billion approximately. And over here, it's 2,575. But again, this is just a mere prediction, correct? It could either go a lot higher or a lot lower. We could have another dot-com bubble burst, but in AI. After that, we have ethics in AI. Now, this I'm a little educated about because I've learned this in school. And although AI seems to be quite beneficial to us, every innovation comes with certain issues. Suppose TNT was used in mines and also to cause destruction. Nuclear energy, to generate energy and also to create mass destruction. Well, AI is no different, and henceforth, there are certain rules that we need for AI to really work properly. Now, over here, we have certain issues that I'm most aware of. First of all, to begin with, there's bias due to real-world data, breach of privacy and collection of personal information, and ability to become self-aware. Now, artificial intelligence has not gained the ability to become self-aware yet. Henceforth, I haven't gone into detail with that. But the first two, I would like to explain in further detail. First, we have bias. Now, AI has not been developed to a stage where it has reached self-awareness and gained the ability to be biased for a certain group rather than the others. But what does AI really work on? Data, correct? And the real world data is very biased. The blacks are not preferred, women are not preferred. And henceforth, when this data is fed into the AI system, then it causes the AI system itself to be biased. It's called GIGO, right? Garbage in, garbage out. For example, the Amazon recruitment system in 2014. So Amazon actually hired a recruitment system which was AI-based in 2014. And after a few years, people realized that it simply preferred men over women. As in, the number of men hired were a lot higher than the number of women employed. And that is simply because in the past, women were not as preferred for jobs as men were. And when this data was fed into the system, it was simply biased. After that, we have ProPublica AI system, which predicts the chances of repeated offenses by criminals in 2016. And this was basically to make the judges' work a lot easier, but instead it seemed to do the opposite. It stated that black men have higher chances of being criminals, and this was simply because of the past data, right? And henceforth, it is not really the artificial intelligence system itself that's biased. It's the implementation of data that causes the AI system to be biased. Next. Breach of privacy and collection of personal information. This itself is a major issue in AI. First of all, it knows your location. It knows where you go and where you go to work, how you go to school, what time you go, the directions you take, the simplest route. Then it knows the restaurants you like, the parks you like to visit often. And then email, the complete list of all the emails sent and received by you, personal, private, or official, deleted ones. Then we have Hangouts. It has all of your chat records. Photos, all images of you along with your friends, with their names, and it's linked to your contact list so they know the numbers, their locations, everything. And hence, the data is related to us, and it is stored in large databases. This data can be used for several purposes, good and bad. After that, we have certain AI careers. Now, people are mostly concerned that AI has the ability, for me to lose my job. But there was this similar concern back when internet was new to us, correct? Most people were worried, internet can take my job and I will not have anything to do. And their worries were right. Internet has made people lose their jobs. But it has opened up way more jobs than the amount it has lost, right? So AI not only takes jobs, it also opens up more. In fact, the McKinsey Corporation stated that AI has the ability for people, around 75 million people to lose their jobs, but it opens up 133 million more. So there are two different types of AI careers. First being the core development and deployment of AI systems. Now, this includes software analysis, data scientists, etc. After that, we have careers helping in the deployment of AI systems related to their fields. Basically, the fields that use AI in their own way and to basically make their work a lot easier. Now, that includes medical professionals, defense specialists, graphic designers, etc. Next slide. Professions that AI cannot replace. This is something that I was very enthusiastic about because in the previous event, I had to actually speak in the panel and it was impromptu again, correct? So I just came up with this and I decided to implement it in my PPT itself. Artificial intelligence has the ability to make people lose jobs and open up jobs, but there are certain jobs that AI simply cannot replace. And those are jobs which include certain skills, emotions, and like suppose singers, actors, sports players. AI cannot replace that. Every single sports person has their own skill. Ronaldo is good at shooting, Neymar is good at dribbling, Messi is good at dribbling, Neymar has good skills. Every single football player have their own skills, something that makes them special, right? And if AI replaces that, then the game is no fun. There's no issue. It's always accurate. And it really connects to emotions. And football has a huge fan base. So does cricket and hockey. Henceforth, AI simply cannot replace sports or coaches. After that, we have singers and actors, right? I mean, it would be a joke to see AI as an actor or as a singer. And so certain jobs which come under this field just simply cannot be replaced.
I think since morning we've been talking about AI a lot, and the areas, Shagun, where is Shagun? Yeah, the 13-year-old, somebody who's studying in 8th standard, she already said the things that these are the type of things which we know about AI. So I think we need to ask a lot deeper questions. And see, the 13-year-old knows already so much, so you might have to play a little bit harder and give a little bit more insight than the 13-year-old has already given, isn't it? We're going to do this in a two-part. The first part, we're going to talk about the impact of AI. I think we'll start from where the whole knowledge originates. So we'll talk about the impact of AI in education field. So that's why we are starting education and skilling, the way it should happen and how it should be doing and what all things AI can do. So that's the first part we'll talk. Second, we'll go to the organizations because that's where the impact is being felt. We'll hear from the industry experts and leaders and thought leaders that what is the having and how are they prepared? Are they prepared at all? AI, again, whenever we talk AI, something comes to our mind, and then if we go to the researches, 80% of research is focused only on 2 or 3 areas. I'll share about those things as we go on. But then what are the newer areas in AI where people should focus or the direction of the whole world should go? So that's the third part which we are going to do. Impact done. After that, we're going to talk about ethics. We're going to talk about the framework, regulations. So that's AI regulatory framework. We'll take a little bit deeper dive into that. That data privacy is something which concerns most of us. So we'll talk about that. And finally, we'll end this presentation and panel discussion with ethical and responsible AI. So we'll hear the views from gentlemen here. So that's the flow. Ganesh sir.
I'm ready. So what I'm going to do is I'll start with a set of questions that we got from the audience in advance. So we start with those questions. So I'll start with the first question. How can traditional education integrate AI effectively? So this is primarily for enhanced learning, looking at teaching methods, curriculum, etc. So this question I would like to request Mr. Sumit Kumar. Can you please take a mic and share your thoughts, please?
Sure. I think a lot was covered by the young generation when she was presenting, right? So the education system needs to be looked at in a new perspective. Again, it's my opinion. ChatGPT, etc., is something which will help the students in terms of knowledge. But there has to be a lot of focus on creativity as well as social emotional learning, right? And that's going to be very important, right? AI is definitely going to help, again, aid the students as well as teachers in terms of knowledge, content creation, assessment, and reduction when it comes to administrative efforts, right? So those are things which are given in terms of advantages. But what needs to be looked at is how do we help still maintain that empathy, the connections with the students, right? And there is where I think that should be the focus, and that would continue to be the focus when it comes to education. And again, a lot of things around creativity, right? How do you assess not the knowledge, but you're assessing the skill, right? There's going to be a lot of focus on skill, creativity, and experiential based learning, right? And there's going to be a shift from how good you are in terms of content knowledge, but there's going to be more focus on application, right? How are you applying the knowledge? Assessment, in my opinion, would soon change from theoretical knowledge assessments to practical knowledge, right? Again, I don't know whether we would continue to have this offline assessments, right? There will be more practical assessments which will come into play. Those are some of the things which comes in my mind.
So my next question is around how can AI bridge educational gap and ensure fairness, preventing widening of inequalities that exist in that we have, because India is a very vast country and we always have a divide between urban and rural, and the quality of education is something which AICT chairman stressed upon. My question is about how is it that we can prevent the widening of inequalities, because there's an access that typically students from the urban areas have in terms of infrastructure. So typically the students from the urban areas have access to infrastructure, maybe better quality of education too as compared to some of the rural areas as well. So how is it that we're going to bridge this particular educational gap that exists with AI and other aspects? So my question, this question is to Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. You are coming from IIT Kanpur, and IIT Kanpur has been a pioneer. Yeah, so I would request you to please respond to this question. It's working, sir.
I would like to give a different aspect to it. Like, I think we are giving too much positivity to AI. I would like to play a devil's advocate here. You know, AI I see as a, imagine that there is a new Miss World and Mr. World being announced. Very good looking man and woman has been called as Mr. World or Miss World or Miss India or Mr. India. And then every Bollywood person is running after them to cast them into the movie. And then you realize that these people cannot act. So AI exactly the new Mr. India or Mr. Or Mrs. India or Miss India. This is the situation of AI today. Maybe 10 years down the line, they may decide to act. So I think bridging the gap of skill and bridging the education gap between rural and urban India, I think it is a long way to go. First of all, like, and I'm sure there are so many professionals sitting here, I receive close to around 200 emails a day. Many students, many people startups send an email to me. And within a seconds, after reading those emails, and ChatGPT just a year old, you can make out which is a ChatGPT email and which is a personalized email. Within seconds. There are new authors which have popped up after ChatGPT introduction on LinkedIn. There are millions of new authors. They are posting, they have never written a word in their own life. Now they are posting one article a day. Within seconds you can make out, is this their own content or is it AI based content? So AI has not become intelligent enough to fool human being till date. I think the replacement of AI, human will not happen. It will not be so easy. It will take maybe 10 years, 15 years or more development. It's going to happen, but not happen today. So we require better models. We require more human-centric models. We require, there is a development happening. We may require more emotional intelligence into the build-up into the AI. Then only we can start teaching people at the much larger level. I don't think, and I'm really sorry to disappoint a lot of people here, I don't think AI can bridge the gap of education between urban and rural so easily as we speak about, as of now.
So thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I would say it is humane AI is what you're referring to in terms of try and look at building empathy and emotional intelligence or whatever it is into the technology as such. Now that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling a bit, I would request Haresh to take over and look at the employability in the jobs.
Different sentiments going on in here, isn't it, about the AI? I mean, how do you guys feel about AI? I mean, do you feel very upbeat about it? Any depressions coming in or feeling neutral? There's a code on this table. Everybody has this? Can you check this?
So there's a QR code on your tables.
There's a QR code. Do you want to scan this on your mobile and you'll come up with a screen?
You don't need to download any app.
No downloading. Let's talk something technology. So there's some technology happening. And just let me know, you're feeling upbeat about the AI, you're feeling depressed, you're feeling neutral about it. Let us know. We have somebody who has already voted. 2. Okay. And this is going at upbeat, neutral. Come on. Nobody is nervous here. Very good. Good signs. So you can look at the live results back there. So 9 people upbeat, 11, 8 neutral. Nobody is nervous yet. I think this is good sign. Okay. Some more people? Lovely. I think the mood is positive, Ganesh sir. We can go ahead with the next session. Otherwise, if it was depression, I think we would have gone to doctor. Though the doctor is orthopedic doctor, we could have still asked for some medicines. We have doctors who's going to talk about the AI. Charlene, I would want to come to you because you manage this job-related stuff. Everybody is worried. I mean, Shagun said jobs are going and people talk about jobs going. There'll be a lot of job losses which is happening. Job displacement is going to happen. What do you think organizations are doing about this? How can they handle this? And there could be economic and social impact of those people who are getting displaced. What do you think organizations are doing for this?
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Harish, for that question. If I may take a little step back and try to probably bring some context to the ChatGPT. The GPT essentially is general purpose technology. And this is not the first time that we're experiencing a general purpose technology. We've had, a 3-mast ship. We've had steam engines. We've had cars. We've had aeroplanes. And every time a general purpose technology has stepped in, people always wonder, is it going to displace the existing jobs? So chariots, carriages were probably the ones which were likely to get displaced with the advent of cars. And that is not the case. So on similar grounds, even if you see the pioneers in this space, Sam Altman himself said that the first line of jobs which are likely to go would be the blue-collar jobs. Then the next would be probably the beginning of the white-collar jobs, the data entry jobs, and so on and so forth. And the creativity and the more sort of skilled jobs would be the last to go. And contrary to his expectations, it is the reverse flow that happened. The creative jobs were the ones which were first to get affected. And you see the marketing and the digital domain got affected significantly more. And the blue collar is actually least affected as of now. So what has happened is human ingenuity sort of surpasses people's expectations. There will be early adopters and there will be ignorers of any new technology that comes in. So if you are part of those adoption cycle, if you evolve, so there is prompt technology engineers that are required right now. There are multiple new domains that have opened up, which allows people to now sort of upskill themselves and go past what is not available, what is not doable by AI. So in terms of, and I agree with most people who have said this repeatedly, that we are still many, many years ahead in terms of AI actually making a significant impact. There's a report by McKinsey which says 30% of jobs, by 2030 will be taken over by AI. But at the same time, Shagun said it very clearly that twice the number of jobs will be created. So we really don't have to worry. It's important to not ignore and just be part of the upskilling and going forward with the journey that AI brings forth. Thank you.
I think जो मुसीबत की बात कर रहे आई नहीं है, this is what we are talking and this is what I'm hearing. I think 2030, but we haven't seen the signs. वरिंदर जी, आप मारुति से आते हैं, वहाँ इतने सारे लोग काम करते हैं. And the job losses, though, I mean, whenever it happens, we cannot wait. And you're in the strategy department, HR. Can you tell us what organizations, generally as they're doing, if at all there is a job loss or if there is a new technology coming in, there is new AI coming in, and everybody needs to be aware of it. What organizations are doing, what kind of strategies they are doing to reskill the existing employees. Reskilling is very important because somebody is with company for 20 years and you cannot ask him, boss, go, I mean, it's done. You might want to spend time on reskilling them, giving them equal opportunity. What kind of strategies organizations are doing, sir?
Thank you for asking a very, very apt and pertinent question to me, sir. We in Maruti, we are viewing, artificial intelligence auto AI and auto ML as a world of opportunities for us. And they are the enablers, and we have built it at three-pronged strategy in our organization in terms of, first is creating awareness across Maruti at different levels, persona-wise, starting from blue collar to top. It starts from the top first, so we are creating a digital fluency skills, making top leaders aware, and then going it down the lines, and we are training all of them, making them aware how it is going to help them in enriching their jobs. Once they are aware, so then simultaneously we are introducing technology for managing change within the organization. So all the stakeholders are involved first, then introducing change gradually, evaluating change, not losing the human touch. It's from human resource to humanizing resource we are working at. So we have, three aspects. One is skill, 3S, skill, scale, scalability. Second is 3E in terms of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness process. And next is 3C, communication, collaborative excellence, and compassion. So seeing all these views we are designing, and then simultaneously we are creating an environment for upskilling, reskilling, and also whatever emerging skills are coming. So we are also spreading, training people within the organization. We have done both. First, how to create an ability, 3 parts: knowledge, skill, and ability. How to build those competencies. We have tied up with IITs and IIMs of the country to have cohorts to bring in, research and all those aspects. Joint research and cohorts have been created with the faculty. Second is we have adopted ITIs and institutions across India to build, create an curriculum for us, co-design the curriculum, which is the need of the industry. Third is we are also creating a startup ecosystem in Maruti to bring in and present and showcase what is happening in the world and keep improving day by day. So we have a Japanese philosophy of PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. And we do a lucid test where we are, where we want to be, and what are those tacit skills and engineering skills which you need to adopt for futures and keep upgrading them, build versus buy, both aspects. Thank you.
Lot of work being done at Maruti at this point of time, sir. I think there's another industry. Debashish sir, I would like to ask your view as well, because you also come from this construction kind of business and those things. Can you give us your insight, what's happening in your industry to reskill the people and giving them the level playing opportunities? Debashish sir. Do we have them? He's not there. I think it would have been really interesting to know that, because the IT industry, sir, everybody's preparing. But when there's a non-IT industry, the core manufacturing and where brick and mortar work is happening, I think we're missing some critical important points. Education, I think this is one more field where teachers might need to get upgraded. This is something where I think let's hear from Siddhant. Siddhant, can you tell us, in the educational institutes where teachers also might have to get upgraded, what kind of things can be done?
The teachers first need to understand that the curriculum also needs to be upgraded. Also, there needs to be certifications for the teachers to get upskilled. A lot of organizations these days are providing certifications. They have academia programs which they can collaborate with. The universities can collaborate with the organizations to be part of the academia programs. Get the teachers, the faculties upskilled, specifically on AI and Gen AI, get them certified so that they can further go back, train the students on the campus. That's one opportunity. The second is a lot of organizations again have this industry academia relationships, partnerships, where not just the certifications, but they also do a lot of TTT programs for the faculties, where they go on the campus, train the faculties, train the students on the campus. So that's another opportunity for them to be part of it. I think industry collaboration and partnership and exposure is something which goes hand in hand and can help the teachers be reskilled and upskilled to handle the questions that are coming in from the students directly.
I think hearing this question, upskilling of teachers from the academician would be good. I think Venkatraman sir, can you share some insights about this? That what's happening with upskilling of the teachers with respect to AI?
Hello, thank you. I think you raised a very valid point that we need to upskill, reskill sometimes. Just give that sense of, first of all, it all starts with embracing the change. Whenever you want to say upskill or capacity building or leadership, we use it in different contexts. But basically, if you look at Telangana, what we are trying to do, we're not going to do one size fits it all kind of an approach. We're looking at the different categories of teachers. We have different levels. You have those from typical IITs, NITs, and from those from the universities. But you have to really categorize them. What is that basic? It's not that you start a program and AI and then float it and then give it to all. We are looking at core engineering. If you talk about technology, we're looking at specialized emerging areas, and then looking at the special needs. That's one. Two, we're also looking at a more inclusive approach towards capacity building. I was just making a comment in a lighter vein, if you don't mind. The whole panel is full of men. And if you look at the workplace today, if you look at my student base, 60% of my students are girl students. 50% are faculty from women segment. And I need to address those issues. So one, my upskilling has to be inclusive. Two, my upskilling has to be reaching the audience in the right manner. I can't have an advanced AI course where the core engineering is suffering because the basic knowledge is not there. So I will have to do a skill gap, knowledge gap, and a training and needs an assessment, and then do it. Second thing, you have to also recognize that somebody, our young girl told just some time back, I think she said, 100 kilometers, 200, be saying what happens in Delhi will happen in Hyderabad. So what happens in Odisha will not happen in Bengal. So we need to be region specific. And also the local, pace of learning. For example, those who are from rural backgrounds. My university has got 9,000 top minds of the state, if not country. They come from 10th class. Then I have to upskill them in technology. Then I have to upskill them in skills. Then I have to upskill them in placement. And so it's a big, I don't say it's a challenge, it's an opportunity. And especially people from the training and this thing. So my submission or my conclusion is that it's not a one-shot approach. It cannot be done with a single this thing. It has to be studied in detail and rolled out in phases. So, thank you.
I was tempted to say that this is going to be big. Big challenge, and the word you used, I'm so happy. I mean, it's not a challenge. It's an opportunity. I think excellent. That's really wonderful. The way. Ganesha, would you like to take up on this future
yeah,
of
so
AI?
now that we have understood the impact of AI on education and skilling, we also looked at employability and job. Advancement and research that is happening in the field of AI. So this question is to you, Mr. Vinay. How can AI models be made more transparent, more interpretable, and for user trust? In terms of specifically, if you can touch upon areas like healthcare and finance, in terms of how is it that we can build models which can actually bring in a kind of trust factor? Yeah.
Sure, Ganesh. Good afternoon. First, my all views are mine. My brand McDonald's and my company have nothing to do with this. Okay. It's a byproduct come with when you work with a brand like McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I will just, when you see the research development or the critical institutions like healthcare and all, I will give you a small example. It's a coincidence. Yesterday, my daughter was just tried to get some information on rickets, that is a disease, on ChatGPT. And it's because of the vitamin D and all. And she came and told me, Papa, how effortlessly it is coming. I said, no, beta, it's not came effortlessly. You are viewing it effortlessly. There are a lot of efforts gone inside that. So, and then whatever coming, the output of ChatGPT is the view or that is the knowledge what she is going to get. But if we are not going to be very transparent, we are not going to make her understand how this entire information is coming, it is going to be very, very dangerous. It is really going to be very, very dangerous. So, first thing is why this information or the AI-based knowledge is important and how we can gain the trust of the user. So, first, I think there are 5 components. Transparency is one of it. It should be fairness. You have to make user understand whatever the output is coming is quite fair. Second, it should be explainable. You can explain why it is coming. Third, I will take it should be robust. So we have to ensure user, whatever the technology we are using at the back end is robust enough and making the proper information as an output. Fourth one is the transparency. So we can expose our employees or the industry because we are still in a very, very initial stage of the adaptation of the AI. So we have to be very transparent. What kind of data model what kind of data set we are training. So those are the important things. And the fifth one is privacy. So how we will ensure the privacy is maintained out of all these things. So being a technocrat, I never see the front end of the ChatGPT because as a CIO, I have to ensure the data security, compliances, and the right information at the right time. So this is what is the importance I feel.
Okay. So thank you, Sumit. Sumit, you work in the healthcare domain, right? Yeah, so you've been doing a lot of innovation in that area. So can you just talk a little bit about how you establish trust whenever someone is referring to a tool like ChatGPT or whatever it is? Can I trust that information 100%? Now there's front end and back end that we talked about. So can you just talk about implications in healthcare?
Sure. When it comes to healthcare, I think adoption of AI, it's going to be very, very slow, right? Again, primarily because of the impact, right? You're touching somebody's life, right? So I'm not saying that it will not get adopted at all. The adoption is going to be primarily to start with the administrative jobs, right? Which does not impact patient journey. But when it comes to patient journey, again, it would help aid in decision making. End of the day, the clinician is the one who needs to take accountability, right? And there is where the trust needs to come in from the clinician. Clinician needs to see there is enough trust in the decisions which is being supported by AI vis-a-vis AI driving clinical decisions. That's not going to help, right? And clinical pathways, etc., is something which will get enabled through AI. But end of the day, it will be dependent on patient outcomes, right? So are patients seeing the right outcomes? It is not about efficiency, it is not about cost, right? Yes, those are going to be important, but it is going to be all around patient safety, right? So again, I would say this industry is going to be slow in adopting it, especially on the clinical side, but there is going to be a lot of innovation out there.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is in the area of advancement and future advancements and research that is happening in the area of AI. So Saurav, you've been working in this area and you've been building a lot of applications and you're using the technology too. You have a research team as well. So can you just throw some light on what are the future advancements and how AI is going to impact us in the future with whatever peripheral and other technologies which are complementary to AI as well?
Sure. Hi all. So I'll take this question as the opportunity to share a vision for the future that I have, wherein most of the human labor, human effort is replaced by AI. So as of today, or if we go back in time when we did not have machines, why were humans working? Humans were working because of the compulsive needs of food, shelter, clothing, survival, and a curiosity to explore the universe or the world that we see around. Now, at that time when there were no machines, only energy that functioned was human energy. Human had to move their hands, human had to do things. Then machines came. Most of our work was taken over by those machines, but not all. And those machines were partially capable. They were not able to do, they were able to do some physical things, some non-physical things, but as time proceeded, we learned what we have to do and what machines should do for efficiency. Similarly, when this advancement in machine learning and AI is coming, I see a world where a small number of humans and a large number of machines and AI bots are running this world. And humans do not have to work for livelihood, for survival. Most of the activities that we do on a day-to-day basis or corporates do will be replaced by AI bots, video bots, machine learning algorithms, and human time will be saved for even more constructive things like research or understanding the outside world in a deeper sense, or looking at planets and stars and understanding what is out there. Or we can spend our time on creativity, which is imaginations, which machines cannot do, including AI, ML. And similarly, humans will spend their time on understanding their inner consciousness or their inner world and enjoying life. Like they'll be more with people, there'll be more connections, they'll be more with nature. So we are moving to a time when most of our tasks will be offloaded. The concerns that we have about reskilling is when the technology will take over most of the human effort and we don't have to do anything. In terms of the research direction, to support this, we are moving into, in the immediate sense, autonomous driving is coming, human avatars are coming. We transitioned from chatbots to now voice interfaces are coming, and most of the human interactions is in voice. Those voice interactions or voice interfaces are just outside. They will be out in the market pretty soon. And then video interfaces are coming, video bots are coming, video avatars are coming, who humans like humans do. Today they're not able to emote well, they have limited understanding of the natural language and limited emotional intelligence, as everybody pointed out, but the research is paced in such a way that those milestones will be achieved in a few years, and we'll see a world where most humans do not need to work a lot. Yeah.
Thanks, Saurabh. My next question is Nikhil Agarwal. You are widely traveled and you have actually been a part of so many symposiums across the world. How can AI be regulated to ensure ethical use across applications?
So there is, ethical AI is certainly a big issue. There is already an effort. Rajiv Chandrasekhar made a statement. There is a task force which has been constituted to understand the responsibility of the AI. So more than the ethical AI, I would use the term responsible AI. Ethics is a little a thin line. We all are responsible people, and that's what differentiate between us and any other robot or a machine, that the humans are more responsible, humans are more emotional. So my first comment about the emotional connect of artificial intelligence or emotional aspect of the any kind of machine which is there, which is important. There is an institute, in fact, now been funded by most of the top tech institution. It's called Institute for Responsible AI. It is, I think, is based out of California. There is effort being done at the EU level about the responsible use of AI. So there is already quite an effort which is going on across the world, that how the AI, first of all, one of the challenge I'm sure a lot of you must have seen, the AI gives non-verified data. In fact, that problem has been partially resolved in the new version of Gemini, which is Google AI, which is also called the Bard. So in Bard, that is partially resolved, but their dependency is also on the search data. Now there is an effort going on with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a new AI model called Merlin. Then Facebook has another model called Lalama. So there are various models which are trying to understand and verify the data whether, so if you upload the fake data online, let's say this particular event has happened on 26th of January 2024, and after a while you ask the AI that what happened in this event in 2024, what Shrikant Sinha or Nikhil Agarwal or anybody else have said, most likely AI will pick up that information and give you. So that is the responsibility of the AI to give a verified information. So still the dependency is on the online data. The verification is a challenge. So that's the reason I said when the AI has to be more emotional and responsible as we go forward. And there has to be a regulation. You cannot go without regulation. Humans are bound by the regulation. Why not AI?
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. So my next question is to Professor Venkatramana. How can countries collaborate to establish constituent international standards for AI regulation?
I'll just reply very shortly. First of all, we are in the age of co-optation. Co-optation would mean not just competition, collaboration too. So when you talk about co-optation, it means collaboration between countries, states, and entire thing. For example, the government of Telangana yesterday announced that we'll have the AI summit in Telangana. So it's a beginning. Similarly, if you have best practices around together and treat it like taking his word of responsible AI, how do we make it more societal, of inclusive? And how do we put some proper examination or evaluation? There are ifs and buts to that. So to begin with, I think, India being the tech leader and going future, the talent is here, we have the demographic dividend. I think we and people like us, all of us sitting in this hall, should really make a good amount of exercise on this. Without proper planning, it cannot be done. As they say, 98% should be pre-launch of all these initiatives and just 2% should be review. So I think we hold the educational system also to look into this. And I think the beginning is just to have an open mind on this and not come to any kind of prior decisions on this. I think let's keep in fact, whenever the date is announced, the AI summit will be there. I have with me colleagues from the government. So I think, we'll pass on that. I think that's the first thing I can tell about my state. Thank you.
Yeah, so India also took a lead with the GPAI that happened about a couple of weeks before here in Delhi, where about 29 countries participated together to collaborate and things like that. So that's something which is an excellent sign as well. Harish, you want to take over before we move further?
Because when we had Vivekanand, so somebody from Adobe, hardcore technology guy, I always had this question, whenever you download this app, they would want to access everything on your mobile. All the data, I want to access your contact cards and your emails and everything, I think. They keep taking the data. Where these data are going, I think. I don't know. They might be collecting it for training. We don't know, So, Vivek, I would like to ask you this question, how are organizations, those who are working on these AI kind of apps, they're taking informed consent for, to the user, that informed consent for using the training data, and are they safeguarding that data in interest of the person who owns the data? If my data is going, are you telling me that, yes, this is all I'm taking and I'm going to use this and I'm going to protect it? What's organizations doing for this?
Thank you for setting up beautiful context. So this is related to, so whenever we are advancing to technology, there are potential risks associated to it. So we have to be very careful how do we use it. And the important aspect is that we have to think about from 3W perspective. What, where, and how. So basically what means, what is purpose of collecting that data? Why that particular website or application is asking for that in clear communication. So whenever we are downloading any application, visiting any website, there should be a disclaimer. Many times it pops up, but we ignore. And then without reading everything. So that is the problem. So websites and applications, whatever, making those applications, they have to be careful to give some sort of control to the users, what they want to share and what they do not. So there should be some sort of setting. Yes, I want to share my name. Maybe I want to share my city. Not more than that. So there should be options provided to the end user. So that's what, when we develop any software, we provide terms and conditions. Okay, we often avoid that. We said, yes, go ahead and install it. So might be mobile application. It's sending your, it's reading all your SMSs. It's reading entire your call logs, right? So you have to be careful what application is supposed to do that. Is that legitimate? Are you agree with that or not? Then only you proceed. If you don't agree with that terms, do not use that software. Look for an alternate which is better in terms of how that is going to use your data. So first thing I talked about, how. Okay, so sorry, what. So what it is going to store. Second thing we have to keep in mind is where. So where it will store, if it is secure or not. So what data center it is using, it is security encrypted or not. Because nowadays there is lots of hacking instances. Entire website, entire data, even you can say data centers are getting hacked. So we have to be careful if organization is giving me guarantee that it will be saved in safe store or not. And third thing, when it will be used. Okay, and it will not be shared by anyone. So these are the three things which we need to be careful while visiting any website, installing application. So let's be careful about these things. And let me add some more context. Okay, it's not about organizations. Even Google, right? Recently, 2.5 years ago in US like advanced country, there was a lawsuit, law case where a law firm, I mean on behalf of users, so they, put a, you can say, case against Google that they are not honoring the terms and conditions of the incognito mode, okay? So most people use it, okay? Very dangerous thing, okay? If you are entering some data, you are searching something, what sites you are visiting, all those information got exposed. So in that case, it was exposed, and Google also accepted that those data were somehow exported and sent and you can say sold to third-party advertisement companies. Okay, so that is major you can say violation in terms of data privacy. So we have to be careful. Even companies like Google may sometimes fall. So as an organization, as a professional, you have to make regular audits. Even you are safe, but make some regular audit, make some ethical hacking to understood if there is a risk towards the data that you are storing from the end user perspective. Because you are liable and you are responsible to maintain that securely, and that data is not compromised. So that is organization's responsibility. And also as an individual, we have to be careful how we are accepting those terms and conditions. Without reading, we are proceeding. We have to be very, very careful.
So looks like it's coming on to us only that we have to be a little bit careful. Companies like Google also have to be careful if such big companies also can fall prey of this kind of hackers. I think let's measure some sentiments, guys. Do you have this open? The QR code stuff? QR code thing? I would like to hear from you. Last time it was close question, either yes, no, or you to just choose something. Now I want you to put a word. When you hear a word called AI, what comes to your mind? Till yesterday, ChatGPT was coming in my mind, or somebody might talk about job loss. What first word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Can you please type in that?
Now you've exit the app, you can just scan the QR code again and then give your response.
Make in India, wow, this is the live, this is real live, sir, live session happening. Okay, we have intelligence, easy, transformation, generative AI. There's nice word cloud coming up, gentlemen, if you want to see it behind. Lovely, okay, what all coming up? What word comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Job loss is coming in the center somewhere. Okay. Did I see that the word? Wow, wow, look at that. Threat, support, transformation. Wow. Excellent. I think there's a range of emotions are spreading here. They say in Gita also, Ati sarvatre varjete. So anything which is more or excess is poison. AI इतना ज़्यादा करते हैं हम लोग and ज़्यादा poison नहीं हो जाए. But I think we need to take care also of those kind of things. This is an open question, I would like to say, but Shrikant sir.
Mr. Patel,
yes,
I
sir.
would just like to mention one thing. A
Yes,
couple of years ago, Sophie, the first humanoid, had come to Hyderabad, and I had the opportunity of meeting its creator, David. And I asked if Sophie and Sir Alan Turing were having a conversation, what would be about? And I thought that was the best definition that I heard of AI, which was endless possibilities.
Endless possibilities. Wow, look at that. I mean, so possibilities are getting created, and I think earlier the word with kind of challenge which I had in my mind, but when I walk out, I will walk out with opportunity. I think this is the kind of positivity is getting created. But we need to take care of lot of things, lot of new researches which have to happen, and breakthrough technologies or breakthrough innovations needs to happen, but this is the area which I want to focus. So what breakthroughs are required in areas specifically for privacy preserving technique? The things like federated learning which we have heard. What kind of learnings, what kind of new breakthroughs which is required specifically in this area? Anybody would like to answer? And Shrikant sir, if you can also answer the privacy preserving techniques.
Thank you, first of all, inviting me for such a galaxy of experts, being part of them. I think what we need to understand is a couple of things. First is, our students who are entering college today, by the time they graduate, 40% of the jobs will be non-existent, right? So we have to know that. Of course, our friend from Google, etc., from Adobe said that, there are times when you are told what is happening with your data. But I want a show of hands over here in the hall, right, to see how many of you have actually read the end user license agreement before clicking I agree. Only one person. Are you a lawyer by profession? Yes, you are. There you go. Well, so that's what I'm saying. And if I ask a question, right, how many of us have given our Gmail passwords to a friend or a family member? Can I see a show of hands, please?
We're not showing this.
Be true to yourself. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Privacy is something that we are not very, very careful about. Right? A couple of years ago, there was this startup. I was part of the NASCOM, I was the CEO of NASCOM Foundation earlier, and we used to talk about tech for good and also startups, etc. So there was the startup which used to actually, whenever you enter a mall, through NFC, it used to find out what is there in your notes and your list. For example, you're looking at Nike shoe, and you put it over there, automatically you would get a message from the Nike store over there. So what was happening in the background was, this was being analyzed, right? And it was not a real auction, but an AI-based auction through the various stores over there, where actually you were a product and you were being sold to those stores, and whoever was giving the best return and scheme, you were guided to that store saying that, look, this is how you reach that, and automatically a Google map would open up, right? And this was about 4 or 5 years ago. Today, if you look at it, it's important for us to see what's happening. About 6 months ago, 1.5 million records, right? Using a thing which was PassGen, a password, AI password generator, more similar to ChatGPT. My God. That was a thunderous thing, but anyway. So what had happened, of course, you'd be surprised to hear that out of this 1.5 million records, in less than a minute, 51% passwords are hacked. Less than a minute. In 10 minutes, 61% were hacked. And so on and so forth. 80% were hacked in a day. And I'm not talking about the favorite password of all of us, password 1234, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about proper passwords. And that is where it is. So today you have to understand that a lot of people are using, for example, hacking that is happening right now has moved to the blockchain, right? You have to have, so we have to think for the future. Today we are talking about algorithms, we are talking about large language models, you are talking about small language models. With large language models, ChatGPT, the compute power that is required today is huge, right? How do you ensure, so such models have to be created which can easily be implemented, right? And we will need to come up with different models. Quantum security is one such thing, quantum cryptography as it's called, is one such model which can definitely be adopted. But, as a relief to all the people over here, I don't think, AI is going to take over, at least not till the compute power available today is 10 times of what it is. But if I apply the Moore's law, which used to be technology changes, in 18 months, it's much shorter cycle now. So probably, in less than a decade, we could reach there. But today, what is important is that as of now, we need different thought processes. We need responsible AI, as my co-panelist Nikhilji also said. And that is where the thing is. So we ourselves have to ensure that we are careful. We protect ourselves as much as possible. Cyber security. In fact, in IR 4.0, 5.0, it's a host of technologies which will have to work together. It will not be only AI and machine learning. By the way, I also have an objection to the word learning, because as per me, pets and machines get trained, right? It's human who learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a new type of places where the research must focus. Ganesh sir, would you like to take us towards the end?
So I have a question for Mr. Neeraj Arora. So, sir, you represent ASSOCHAM, which is a Chamber of Commerce for the industry, and you work with government influencing policy and regulation and aspects like that. So, what collaborative measures can establish worldwide ethical standards to ensure accountability and ethical breaches, right? So, how is it that you are working with the government, and what is happening, if there is something that you could share? Which is for the public domain, right? And I'm very sure a lot of these things are confidential, I understand, but if there is something that we can hear, which can be shared in the public domain, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. So first of all, I think we should start with the definition of AI. So, you were just asking, what is your understanding with AI? So AI is basically not the artificial intelligence, but the intelligence which is artificial. So I would say that, AI is basically the simulation of human intelligence by the machines. So, we cannot think of any technology, whether it is good or bad, without the human intervention. So human will also be there, human intervention will also be there, human intelligence will also be there. So the only point is that, the development, designing, deployment, use of this technology must be in a safer, transparent, accountable and responsible manner. We all know that, every potential opportunity comes with a potential risk. So the same is with AI also. And we have seen it many in the past also that whenever a new technology comes, it comes with the opportunities and the risks. So we have to take care that we have to utilize, maximize the opportunities and minimize the risks. So I think if we take care of 4 or 5 aspects, 4 or 5 factors, I think it will be beneficial for the Indian economy. The betterment of human life, for increasing the efficiency, the comfort. So I think the government, because we are industry association and we have specific councils, we have a specific, team committee on this subject also. And various leading IT companies, organizations working in AI are associated with us. And government is definitely making policies time to time and improving these policies with the inputs from the industries. So many meetings have been done, and many regulations have been formed, and government is now fine-tuning these regulations by the input of various such companies. So I think government is now working on 4 or 5 aspects, which is data privacy first of all, because now the technologies are using lots of personal data, and this data is stored somewhere. We all know. So government is making policy so that this data can be prevented. This theft, can be stopped, and this data can be utilized for the betterment. For the so government is making policies for that. Lots of inputs are already given. This brainstorming is going on. Second, I'm personally handling this education and skill vertical, and I've seen that government is doing lots of work on skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, because that is very much required. We all should know that the people, those who are working, the companies, those who are working in this field, they should design, develop, deploy, and use this entire system in a responsible manner. So for that purpose, I think skilling, upskilling, and reskilling is definitely required, and many companies have already started working on this. So our Ministry of Skill, NSDC, they are also working on this. They have specifically designed courses on AI now. We have just listened to AICT chairman also. He has also mentioned that now this course has been introduced in our engineering curriculum also. My son is studying in 9th class, so he also has a subject specifically on AI. We have never seen this subject in 9th class. So they have a subject AI, So at that level, and NEP also has this subject AI, Third, I think, the government is working on improving the infrastructure, because, definitely these technologies need lots of infrastructure, the high-speed internet, which is not there, even in the villages now. So, third point is this, and then I think government is working on this, regulations also. So they are working on making, stringent rules, ethical concerns, about using this technology. So these 4 or 5 vectors where government is closely working with the industries. That's it. Thank you.
So I think we have actually exceeded the time allotted to us. So we may have to skip the live Q&A, but there is a cloud that we asked. There's a question that we asked to the audience. Are you fine to exchange or compromise your data privacy for better AI convenience? So we have a voting of about 23 people who say no, data privacy is more important than whatever. So what is the response? So they want data privacy over convenience. Okay, so that's good.
So I think we should talk to these 3 guys.
These are more important.
Ganesh sir, this is like, there is a very old quote from Mahabharata. Janami adharmam nachate nivruti. अधर्म क्या है मुझे पता है, लेकिन मैं उससे बाहर नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ. ये 25 लोग जो है, ask them whether they really not compromise their thing despite knowing that a lot of data is going in there. So हम लोग को पता है कि what we are doing wrong, but still we are getting into it more and more. We need to be more careful, as a lot of people have said us. Yes, sir, you want to add something?
Just a point that actually these are 2 questions, separate questions. I'm willing to exchange data, but I don't want to compromise my data. So it's a double-edged kind of a question.
Double-edged kind of stuff.
I'm willing to exchange data as far as it's for good,
As
but
far
I
as-
definitely don't want to compromise my data.
Very good.
Okay, so thank you very much, panelists, for contributing to this exhilarating discussion, I would say, about disruption to innovation, covering various aspects that we talked about, impact to education and skilling, impact on AI to employability and jobs, talking about future of AI. We're also talking about regulation a lot and in terms of data privacy and security. So thank you very much. And since the questions are something which are already put on the Mentimeter.
One thing I would like to say that, it's very, very important. May artificial intelligence is coming, so from a responsibility perspective, it's very, very important wherever it's compromising the human part or human, social part is concerned. No technology is good. So that's what, while we are evaluating technology for our, organization as well. So we are keeping in view all those aspects while evaluating that up to what extent it is going to impact and create, damage to the human. So then we ignore that. We take it away. If it is impacting health, it is impacting humans. So I always use one word. उसपे हम बोलते हैं when human touch की हम बात करते हैं कि मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा मैं फूल हूँ गुलाब का एक कसक छोड़ जाऊँगा मुरझा भी गया तो महक छोड़ जाऊँगा. So that's the beauty of it. So in terms of skilling also we always say that तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की तालीम कहाँ दी जाती है उन परिंदों को उड़ानों की जो खुद तय करते हैं मंजिल आसमानों की. So sky is the limit for us. So let's work and find the world of opportunities through this AI. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Jai Hind. आवाज नहीं आई. अच्छा, दूसरा सवाल. How is the Josh? How is the Josh? As an Indian Army officer, I tell you, sir बोले, ma'am बोले, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इज्जत रहनी चाहिए. Discussing armed forces and AI. So I really hope that next time we have a session, we deal with this point more because armed forces and the defense sector these days are quite inseparable. Though it is a paradox that as army personnels, we are not allowed to be on social media. We are not allowed to be on Instagram or the other social media channels. But at the same time, army is hugely digitized. And every day, we are raising the notches and raising the bars even higher. So let me just give you one very basic idea. Well, it is a global village these days. Whatever happens in Ukraine or Russia or Israel or Palestine affects every single person, even in India. May it be business, may it be technology. Since I represent armed forces, I would like to tell you that whenever any new technology in defense is brought in any part of the world, automatically the technology of globe takes a rise. So nothing happens in isolation. I have a very interesting take on leadership. Since I'm representing my organization, I will not speak on AI in leadership today, but I will tell you that for the people of armed forces, leadership is still a contact sport. We meet, we talk, we engage, we know about each other. क्योंकि आज भी जोश, जुनून, जज्बा, खून, पसीना, यही हमारी जिंदगी है. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to be here and proud to be representing my organization, that is Armed Forces. So I'm very, very, very glad to be on this exalted platform here of Indian Tech Talent League. And my compliments to entire team of My Anatomy, ITTL, for putting up this amazing show. You see the topic that I have got to speak. From battlefield to boardroom, evolution of leadership in disruptive era. Let me tell you, my dear ladies and gentlemen, last 30 years of my life, I have actually lived, breathed this topic. And it would be my pleasure to share few life lessons. Let me begin by wishing all of you a very, very happy new year. And let me transport you to a very different New Year celebration. A dark, cold, moonless night. Date 31st December 1997. Place Leh Military Airfield. Altitude 11,000 feet. Rarefied atmosphere. For those who do not know what rarefied atmosphere means, ask a Fauji. Rarefied atmosphere means that the oxygen is less, very less. Your lungs scream for oxygen. This night, the mercury had dipped down to minus 15 degrees. And when the world was celebrating to usher in the new year, a lone lady officer was supervising her team that was tasked with clearing the snow from the military airstrip. The purpose was to clear the airstrip so that the aircrafts of Indian Air Force could land in the morning. The Indian Air Force is the only connect for every logistic supply and movement of men and material. Well, this was also the time when women officers were very few in this alpha male domain, all across men, and only one lady officer. That night, all eyes were on that lady officer. Whether she could lead her men, battle-hardened men, in this physically and mentally daunting scenario. Can she get the runway cleared? Can she make it possible for the Indian Air Force planes to land well on time? There was no margin of error. She knew that her personal conduct and professional acumen is the only key to survive. Rather, not only survive, my dears, but to thrive. After many hours of relentlessly being on tarmac, motivating her team to work harder, she finally was satisfied and gave a thumbs up to ATC. A big shabash to her team. They all said Happy New Year to each other with steaming hot mugs of tea brought from the langar. The men, they silently accepted her as the leader. This was the sight next day. 1st of January 1998, 0430 hours, AN-32 of Indian Air Force takes off from Chandigarh Military Air Base to land smoothly at Leh Military Airfield. Why am I sharing this with you? The lesson. Your actions get you acceptance and respect. So as the first lady officer in high altitude and extreme cold climate area, I was tested and judged on many fronts. 2 years later down the line, in 1999, the Battle of Kargil took place. Icy heights at an altitude of 16,000 to 18,000 feet got embroiled in a battle. By this time, I was well entrenched in my role as a supply chain management expert in high altitude. I became the first lady officer to be part of battle zone in Operation Vijay. I fought this battle as a mother of one child, pregnant with another child. I was in second trimester of pregnancy. My husband was fighting the battle in the most treacherous area of Dras. But above all, I fought this battle as a soldier of Indian Army. Gender does not matter. This is a story of a time when there were just a handful of women who had any visibility in the space. And the culture was very different. Well, it is important for me as a trailblazer of that time to share the story with all of you so you know what it takes to be first in any domain. Well, you are right. On the extreme, my left, that is me. And this is just before the Battle of Kargil started. Now the demographic has shifted radically. We have a statistically larger saturation of women in armed forces and also in corporate boardrooms. So to the women who are present in audience today, I will say, and please, I request you to take this message far and wide, that times are surely changing, with more and more women stepping into the careers that were traditionally male-oriented. The mental makeup of society is fast changing. But many challenges still remain just the same. One of them being work-life family balance. And of course, with the changing times, this balance is not restricted only to women. Men too face the same problems, the work-life family balance. But for women, you can be a mother, a young wife, you may have pressing family responsibilities, but just know that quitting is never an option. It is a very done thing that the first casualty in any kind of problem becomes a woman's career. The first thing you decide to leave is your career. Quitting is not an option. Even if the work is physically or intellectually challenging, you have to hang in there. You have to learn. You have to prove your worth. One thing is very important for every woman especially. You have to find your support system. That support system can be in form of your husband, can be in form of your family, it can be in form of your extended relations, friends, or simply a maid that you have employed. But learn to keep a support system that will help you navigate through difficult times. And remember, by choosing a path that is less traveled, you will open the doors to many others who perhaps lack the courage to do so. I can, in a nutshell, just share with you that if I stand here as a woman officer, from the very initial batches of girls coming into army, last 30 years have taken the sweat and blood. When we started women in Indian Armed Forces, it was called WSES, Women Special Entry Scheme. For all you know what a scheme means, chali chali, nahi chali, dabba ban. It started as a scheme. The sweat and blood of my generation made this commission into short service commission. Thereafter came the permanent commission. Recently, the girls have started coming into the post or the appointments of commanding officers. You take a time, 93, 94, when I joined army, people did not know that girls have joined army. My jawans looked at me कि जैसे कोई बच्चा fancy dress में फौजी वर्दी पहन कर आ गया. They could not comprehend that girls have come into army. From that time, now when the women have started commanding the installations, what a huge journey it's been. And these disruptive eras take us forward. And I have a dream, and I have a vision. And God, give me the opportunity to live to see the day when a whole squadron of Rafales is being flown by the women fighter pilots. Allow me to live to that day when a whole squadron of armored tanks is not only being taken forward by women, but being commanded by a women armored officer. I want to live to see the day when the BrahMos and the pinnacles of the artillery are being commanded by the women officers and damaging enemy targets by their sheer accuracy of the firepower. God, allow me to live to see that day when the nuclear submarine of Indian Navy is being commanded by a woman naval officer. हम लाए हैं तूफान से कश्ती निकाल के, इस देश को रखना मेरे बच्चों संभाल के. That is what I say to all this generation here. And to the organizations, and many of which are being represented by people in audience, I would like to say that organizations these days, big or small, are spotlighting on gender inclusivity. But more than just a concept, the focus should be on accepting it as the natural way forward. Leaders must make sure that the people feel important enough to be heard, rather than dismissing good ideas due to stereotyping. Give credit to work ethics, ideas, and skills, not gender identity. You know, this is a lesson from armed forces that getting to know people for what they are is a powerful antidote to bias. And as you build your efforts to be more gender inclusive, just know that a happy, cared for people who feel respected and valued do their best work. And these environments attract and retain the best talent. The HRs here would know how much it takes to bring a person on board and then to train and then to put that person to do the work on that desk. And just because the culture of the company is such that the people leave, meter dobara zero se shuru hota hai. So, there is a very interesting phrase, and that says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. आपका स्ट्रैटेजी कितनी भी अच्छी हो, लेकिन अगर आपकी टीम का, आपकी कंपनी का कल्चर ठीक नहीं है, तो none of this strategy is going to work. So focus on culture, you will sail through the disruptive times. But the question today is that what should be the leadership like in this age of disruption? What should be those skills and strategies for business leaders during unprecedented times or times of change, or as the topic of the day says, the disruptive era? So given the limited time at my disposal, I will only focus on 2 points right now. First is situational awareness, and the second is power of communication. Now, at any point of time, millions of situations are happening all around us. Sometimes a small oversight can snowball. You all must have heard that a small sound can trigger an avalanche. Murphy's Law, all of you must have heard that everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And let me be the doomsday mouthpiece and say, everything that can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time. So that is a setback. If the problems vary, then degree and magnitude of setback will also vary. So it actually depends on what is at stake. Your setback is directly equivalent to what is at stake. So in corporate world, it can be missed opportunity, damage to mental peace, physical fitness, less time with family. Sometimes financial stakes can be very high and damage the company's credibility, which is very serious and has to be avoided at all cost. But what does setback in failure means in a military operation? A, loss of national glory, impact on national security. And it is always, my dears, a matter of life and death. For people who are wearing uniform, the mistakes come back home in body bags. Children become orphan. Wives turn widows. It's a wheel that cannot be turned back, and therefore, there are no runners-up in war. There is no dress rehearsal to martyrdom. And so, being first time right is not a desired business outcome for us. It is a Bible sentence. It is a Brahma Vakya. So if you carefully give me your next 10 to 15 minutes, mold these life lessons that I am going to share with you into your individual respective job profiles, and you train your team to follow it religiously, I can assure you today that 99.99% times you will be right first time. 0.01% I'm leaving for the act of God. But after you have faced that setback, through act of God, you upgrade your SOPs. Train, retrain, re-retrain till your responses become a muscle memory. And a reflex action makes you 100% crisis ready next time. But these are not mere words. How many of you remember this? Operation Black Tornado. 26 November 2008, a devastating terror attack on Taj Hotel, Mumbai. It shook the nation. We all were glued to our television sets, witnessing the horrifying visuals non-stop for 3 days. अब आपने अगर एक फौजी बुलाया है, तो अगर मैं आपको वही सुनाऊंगी जो आपने पढ़ा है, तो क्या मजा है? So let me share with you a side story. On 27th November, a squadron of 220 NSG Black Cats, comprising of highly trained commandos, bomb disposal squads, sniffer dogs and weapons specialists, were flown in from Delhi to Mumbai. At that point of time, the mission was only one: Taj. Eliminate every single terrorist without causing any collateral damage to innocent civilians. But gradually, as the ground position became clear, it was told that the hostages are taken not at one, but at 3 locations: Taj, Shabad, and the Trident. Do you know that the information was radioed to the commander of these NSG commandos while the plane was in mid-air? The 523 commandos had already taken off for one mission. Now they were told that there is not one, but 3 missions. The training of Indian Armed Forces is such that automatically one mission was divided into 3. The leadership automatically emerged to take over these missions. Without any chaos, the equipment, the ammunition, the resources were divided. Strategy was made. There was no clamor for position of the leader. No feedback. No 360-degree feedback. 360-degree feedback. No appraisal. The training and warrior mindset of the junior leadership was such that they were ready to lead, they were ready to deliver, execute it to the T as per the training and intent of commanding officer. Pay attention to these words. Intent of the commanding officer. This means people, though they were working independently, they were all converging to the intent of the commanding officer. So they were operating differently, they had different strategies, they had divided resources, they were united in the objective of the mission. So if you see the middle picture, and that is the Shabad house, the NSG commandos were slithering down through a thin rope from Indian Air Force Mi-17 helicopter. They were wearing their black dangris, bulletproof patkas, automatic guns, landing directly on the roof. They were the targets. When they were mid-air, a stray bullet from a terrorist down below could have damaged this chopper. And in that heavily populated area, the collateral damage would have been very high. But every factor was taken into account before this operation was carried out. And mind you, they only had time till they were flying. What is that? An hour or two? With foresight, deductions were carried out and a successful operation was executed. There is only one word. The team was crisis ready. That day, these Jabas, they came as a team, completed the mission, went back as a team. Till date, give me one name that you know of that NSG Commando team member. They are nameless, faceless bravehearts who focused on the mission. Well, there are so many leadership and teamwork lessons from that day that it is a session completely for another day. But what I want to share is that if you at any point of time get a chance to visit NSG Center at Manesar, you should see their simulation training for various situations. With every such situation, their SOPs are upgraded, their trainings are done, so that we are first time right every time. So what is that takeaway from all of us here? What do I want to tell you? I'm not going to just tell you a story and take your time. I want to give you a lesson. How you can be first time right. Of course, you don't have to wear a uniform to serve the nation. All of us are serving nations in our own ways. So, it is vital that intent of leader and objective of project is clear till the junior most member of the team. Even if the leader is not present to micromanage, still, different team works as a cohesive unit. In armed forces, we have a concept of war games, where war-like scenarios with multiple crisis situations are simulated. Far-fetched ideas, far-fetched problems. They are brainstormed. So commanders brainstorm the responses. The responses are made threadbare. These are rehearsed by the troops on ground. All practical problems are studied, time management is worked out, logistics are worked out, so that at the time of crisis, multiple functionaries like infantry, artillery, armored tank squadrons, Air Force, Navy, logistic installations, everyone comes cohesively together. And then we never say that we do not know, the right hand does not know what left hand is doing. This never happens in armed forces. Our responses are cohesively practiced so that there is no confusion. And on the same concept, I have established war rooms for various corporate giants and MNCs. This has helped them to be future ready and to stay ahead of the learning curve. So it's been a very interesting exercise when this war game room is established with corporates. It is said that mind is like a parachute. It works best when it is open. You all can imagine what a parachute will be of any use if it does not open mid-air. So keep asking yourself, right? These lines are very important. Keep asking yourself, what if this happens? How will I respond? What if this happens? How will I use my resources? What if this happens? What if this happens? What if? Constantly keep upping the game. Constantly keep asking the question. Brainstorm the responses. Brainstorm the solutions. Train your team how to perform during contingencies. Practice the procedures and SOPs till it becomes a muscle memory. In armed forces, we have a maxim. Those who sweat in peace, they bleed less in war. Nothing. You all are very mature people, heading huge organizations, and you know that nothing major happens overnight, not even pandemic. There are feelers, there are trends, there are market forces. What to say of this? Even battles do not happen overnight. Movement of enemies is there, built-up of logistics is there, which is evident to the trained eye, which we call battle indicators. So as a leader, develop the skill of situational awareness. What do I mean by situational awareness? ये कोई बहुत बड़ा word नहीं है. If you try to understand, it is have an ear to the ground, have an eye on the future, and a practical head firmly placed on your shoulders. That is the first step to risk management. Your decision-making abilities during difficult times depends on how well you can judge the environment before the crisis has actually struck. Your SOPs will take care of the day-to-day working. No one needs a leadership in peace situation. You need a leader only when the going gets tough. So rise to the occasion. To many of us, the pandemic came as an act of God. But to the people who strive to be first time right, the indicators of the start of pandemic were emerging very evidently. So, be situationally aware. Finally, the hallmark of leadership during disruptive times is the power of communication. When leaders communicate their expectations with open attitude, they provide clarity and logic to their team. You all must have seen that your team will have more trust in you when you are transparent and when you give clear instructions, because clarity limits miscommunication and confusion. So let me just share with you a very, very interesting story. This is the Battle of Dograi, Indo-Pak War 1965. Dograi is a small village on the outskirts of Lahore, and one of the bloodiest battles of the sector were fought here. Jawans of 3 Jat Regiment launched an offensive against invincible Dograi, Pakistani artillery ka stronghold, infantry ka stronghold. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Colonel Desmond Hayde Mahavir Chakra. Now here we are talking about communication. So listen to this story with that angle. So soldiers were spread across Ichogil Canal. They were in platoon strengths and they were fanning out from the bridgehead towards enemy. बहुत भारी गोला बारूद चल रहा था. Colonel Desmond Hayde was going from trench to trench, platoon to platoon, speaking to the people, speaking to the soldiers amidst the heavy shelling. और अगर मैं आपको जाट ट्रुप्स के बारे में बताऊं तो उनका जो बोलने का अंदाज है वो बिल्कुल जुदा है. As a leader, you speak to your team in a language that they understand best. Colonel Desmond Hayde, an Anglo-Indian officer, asked his troops, "Mera kya hukum hai? What are my orders?" And the Jawan said, "Saab Dograi." Very clear instructions. Where will we go? Dograi. Where will we meet? Dograi. And then he said, "Kal raat ka khana kahan khayenge?" And the Jawan said, "Saab Dograi." Now he ups the ante and says, "Agar siyo saab ne goli lag gayi, to kya karoge?" Yani, if your senior leadership buckles and is not physically present, do you need micromanagement or do you know how to work ahead and gain the objective? So when he said that, "Siyo saab ne goli lag gayi to kya karoge?" So one of the jawans said, "Siyo saab ne kaandhe pe taak ke le jayenge, lekin rukenge Dograi jaake." Yani, Siyo saab ko kandhe pe utha ke le jayenge. We will carry the leader physically, but we are going to stop only at Dograi. And let me tell you, even if only one soldier was alive that day, the mission was so clear that even that single soldier would have flown the tricolor. So ladies and gentlemen, leadership is a contact sport. Don't leave it only on AI. More so during disruptive times when the team is looking at the leadership for guidance. A leader has to connect with the team in a language that they understand and create an emotional bond, not a transactional. I only have one suggestion, that CEOs or the chief executive officers, if they start thinking of themselves as chief ecosystem officers, especially after the pandemic when someone is working from home, someone is working from remote location, instead of being a chief executive officer, if you start working as a chief ecosystem officer, it's going to be quite interesting. Well, never let a good crisis go to waste. This is my last slide for the day, and I would just like to tell you that during disruptive times, only those organizations thrive where leaders take initiative. The team takes ownership of the task, and together they think of out-of-box solutions. There may be times when only thinking out of box is not enough. You have to erase the box. Think of a new solution. Absolute de novo. And if you can do that, you will be the leader of all times. So ladies and gentlemen, feeling of belonging evolves where respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, loyalty is returned, and trust is gained. And such a team can find solutions to every problem in disruptive times or otherwise. That is all from me. Thank you and Jai Hind.
So very good afternoon to all of you. The topic, as was mentioned, is very exciting and very pertinent to the conference, which is next generation startups, incubators and accelerators. So since Mr. J. Chaudhary has already been introduced, may I request him to deliver his keynote points, but little brief, So as he was mentioning, we are a little short of time. We have 45 minutes and we have 11 people on the panel. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Sudan. 45 minutes and so many panelists. So I'll try to give a nano keynote, just a few pointers. So next generation incubators, accelerators, and how we create the new entrepreneurs in this disruptive era. So that is the hallmark, what we need to do, how we can really catch up to that new wave which is happening all over the globe. How India can catch up or even beat those ecosystems in the world, particularly in Silicon Valley and Europe and all that. I think it's a great opportunity for India to catch up, like what we did in the telecom industry, when everybody was still trying to lay the copper wires and all that. We straight away went into the wireless mobiles and all that. Today, India has got the best telecom infrastructure. In fact, the kind of bandwidth that we provide in every nook and corner of this country, I don't think any country anywhere in the world can have that kind of infrastructure. The kind of digital payment mechanism, the infrastructure through Aadhaar and the India Stack and all that, that also India is #1 at this point of time in the world. So the new age entrepreneurs in India, they have to catch up and take advantage of the infrastructure already created by central government and also various state governments. And many innovative incubators like T-Hub in Hyderabad has already been functional very well. But only thing is, if you go in the conventional way in this disruptive era, they'll get disrupted. You have to think in a very innovative way. How do we really think out of the box? People keep talking about these buzzwords, but I just now met one gentleman. He's from Gujarat, and he met me on a lunch meeting. He's actually manufacturing all the coffee and tea vending machines, and with our own indigenous technology. Like whenever I come to Delhi, whenever I ask filter coffee, South Indian filter coffee, none of the hotels are able to match my taste. So I stopped taking filter coffee whenever I come to North India. Whereas this gentleman said, sir, perfect filter coffee vending machine. We already have the machines, and these machines are getting deployed, not only coffee, tea vending machines and all that. And he's going to export these machines, and he's a very young gentleman coming from Gujarat, getting into the manufacturing. So that is the kind of talent now we are seeing in India. As somebody was telling in the morning that this is the India wave. I think in this wave, what is required is mentoring. Recently, for example, when my friend Randeep Sudan called me from Singapore, Jay, when I have this product company and then I need your help. I asked him to come over to Hyderabad, and today he is very happy that we are able to get him funding, and we are also finding out the opportunities, how we can monetize whatever the products and IP that he has created. Because India itself is a very big market. So that's where one has to help each other, networking. Today, whatever Chinmay has done in this conference, all the who's and who's they have come here. So when you come here, you have to network, find out who are your potential customers, how using them you can connect to the world and all that. See, market access is the key thing. Technology, there are dozen technologies are there. So many products are coming with ChatGPT kind of generative AI tools. The creating new products is very easy. But how do you get monetized? How do you get the new customers? That's where you have to create the entry barriers. So fortunately, India is in a very big opportunity today. Consumer is on the rise, and India itself can give enough business for any, either it's a technology startup or manufacturing startups or pharmaceutical startup or food related startup. There is so much opportunities India itself can provide. When I was studying in IIT Madras, and everybody, all my classmates left for United States, and when I asked them, why you are going, no, India is not the land of opportunities, US is the land of opportunities, so we want to pursue those opportunities. That's why all of them went. Today, many of them are coming back because India is the land of opportunities. All the Fortune 1000 companies, they're all coming here. All the startup companies across the globe, they're looking towards India because India is the biggest market. So with this nano keynote, I don't want to extend because time is very short. So probably I'll go with Randeep. Randeep, go ahead.
Thank you very much for those very interesting perspectives. I realize that two of the panelists here have to go. They have a hard stop. So what I'll do is that I'll bring them up first, and I'll request them to just give their perspectives on the broad topic that we have for this panel. So let me start with Ms. Shivarthi Bajaj, and then go to Mr. Amit Dubey. So over to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here on such a esteemed panel, and thank you for organizing such a great event, sir. I'll keep it short because I understand that we are running against time for this panel. What we're discussing here is incubators and accelerators, and I'll limit myself to commenting on the legal and business aspects of that in terms of funding and growth. Incubators and accelerators in India have come at a stage. I mean, we have from the likes of T-Hub and Mr. Chaudhary also sitting here. It is for the very first time in the history of the evolution of incubators and accelerators from India that we have now diversified from only a government ecosystem to also a very heavy private ecosystem. Earlier, most of the incubators and accelerators were backed by the government. Now we have private parties coming to play in terms of not only academic institutions, but also HNIs and other funds, the larger funds who are opening their early stage incubators, which is actually a very big, it's a very big move for the Indian startup ecosystem, because incubators and accelerators are something that have traditionally been backed only by the government or academic institutions. But however, with the private sector coming into being, sets up the whole chain for their growth in a very quicker fashion. And in terms of legalities, obviously it is the incorporation of the incubators and accelerators that need to be kept in mind, the kind of structuring that needs to be there, because they need legal advice of a very sharp level, and because we do handle a lot of incubators and accelerators, and we understand that sometimes they tend to ignore this very important aspect, but in the longer run it plays a very important role. So, which are few pointers, whether it's mostly a LLP structure or private limited structure, depending on how they want to grow going forward. And just to add to this and to conclude, I'd just like to bring forth this data that compared to the US, there are 23 incubators and accelerators in India per 1,000. And in the US, there are 14. So we are all in all number 2 globally in terms of the number of incubators, accelerators in India, which I think is a great feat, and it directly fuels to our ecosystem of growth and developing as a country and fueling our innovation as well. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of such a diligent audience, and what a panel they have curated. So friends, I am a cybercrime investigator. And whatever I have learned in my life, I have learned through criminals. And I truly believe criminals are innovators. They always teach us something new whenever we solve a case, and either they teach us a new modus operandi and new process vulnerability. They are innovating, and they are very fast innovating. So I'll just share some of these aspects that how do I see the next generation startups would look like. First of all, we all know before 2009, we never realized the value of our data. When WhatsApp was formed in 2009 and it was acquired in 2013, within 3.5 years, it was valued $19.3 billion. It was first of its kind acquisition. Nobody thought that two youngsters, they will just start a mobile app, which is just enabling people to chat, offering it free, not charging anything, and they'll be valued $19.3 billion. It's such a huge amount. If you compare it with any other conglomerate in India, maybe Anand Mahindra and all, they may not be having that wealth even if they are running 75 plus odd companies. Try to understand the value of the data that we have missed out in last decade. Now this decade, it is very, very important. Second, AI. And not only me, if we all know that the next 5 years will be very crucial for any country around the world. If they'll miss out this opportunity, they'll miss out in every aspect. In India itself, we are predicting close to $1 trillion GDP through AI. And so quantum computing. Government of India has recently announced $1 billion for quantum research. And we hardly see experts or startups or people innovating here. And criminals have already started innovating. We are already facing some quantum attacks and disrupting RSA 204 built encryptions or threats to banking sector. Why not? So these are the three key pillars that I'll see how India is shaping us in future with startups, and I expect lots of startups. And earlier it used to take 30 years, 20 years to become a unicorn. Then we thought, we have seen a company becoming unicorn within a year. And I think during Pokemon Go, we have seen a company becoming a unicorn in a week. And now I'm predicting very soon we'll have examples where morning company will be founded, and by evening you will see it has become a unicorn because of the value that they'll give it to you. So thank you so much. I see startups to innovate in AI, quantum, and probably in metaverse to disrupt this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now this session, we'll try to organize it around 3 topics. So one topic is, how will the next generation of incubators and accelerators be different from today? So already, of course, some points have already been made, but may I request the CEO for T-Hub, Mr. Srinivas Rao Mahakali, to give his perspectives on how he sees this particular paradigm to change. Over to you, please.
So thank you, Mr. Sudan, and first of all, thank you to Chinmay and his team for having me here. So I think this may sound a little paradoxical, but what I'm going to start with is, and I want to make sure everyone is awake, right? So first, I think this whole model of his physical incubation, right, I think will change, right? So I think you'll see a lot. I think we've all learned during the pandemic on how to cope with, doing things digitally, right? So I think you'll start to see more and more focus on virtual incubation, right? And obviously that has tremendous advantages because geography is no longer, a limitation. And today, for example, like Dr. Chaudhary was saying, for example, mentors could be anywhere in the globe, right? You could get funded from anywhere in the globe. You could find customers anywhere in the globe, right? So I think virtual incubation will start to become more and more critical, one. Second, I think, is new models, right? So I think one of the things in India today is we have 700 plus incubators. And like she said, many of them are government supported, academic supported. You will see more private sector incubators coming up. Also, I think the existing challenge for many of the incubators is if the source of funding, which for example, today is predominantly government funding, for example, dries up, because many of these entities are set up as Section 8 not-for-profit type of entities. I think they'll have to start figuring out different models for monetization, right? So meaning you may have, some of them may have to start thinking about creating for-profit models, because it's a question of sustainability, right? So where, for example, you take equity in the startups in return for services rendered and figure out how to monetize that. So literally you have some skin in the game, in a manner of speaking. So virtual incubation, different financing and funding models. Third, what we've seen today in India is, as I said, 700 plus incubators, but we haven't seen one model which is becoming more and more attractive from an outcome perspective, which is around venture studios, right? So we haven't seen too much of that happening in India. The difference is in an incubator, there's a startup already identified, and then you figure out how to scale. I'll give you some examples, right? So we have all our large academic institutes, the IITs and so on, have tons of patents which are created, right? So, for example, IIT Madras, each year 500 plus patents come out from research done by academicians, then PhD students, MTech students, and so on, and many of them just remain on the shelf, right? So you think about a model where you figure out how to monetize those patents because they solve some problems. So identify someone, for example, if it's something to do with life sciences, someone with 15 years experience who wants to become an entrepreneur, right? And there's something which has been built, a patent, which you can potentially commercialize, monetize, etc., right? So that's what venture studios broadly will do. So I think you'll start to see more, and world over it has been proven that the venture studio model tends to give better outcomes from a survival rate, from a funding rate, etc., avoiding mortality, blah, blah, than a typical incubation thing, right? So funding models, venture studios, virtual incubation, and last point before you cut me off, I think is you'll also start to see sectoral specialization, right? Today, while there are specific, incubators, for example, in life sciences and so on, particularly in some areas of deep tech, right? I think you'll start to see sectoral incubators. And one last point with your permission, I think collaboration between incubators within India, as well as international collaborations for example, for the purposes of market access, is going to become more and more important.
Thank you very much.
Randeep, I just want to add, whatever MSR said about the digital incubation, ISF actually is going to launch maybe in the month of August or September, along with Gamictronics, one of the #1 metaverse company in India. Initially, we are going to create a ISF Expo on the digital space. All the buying, selling, everything can happen in that metaverse environment. And also the pitching, startups can pitch on a daily basis. Not necessarily they have to come for every quarter pitching session and all that. Every day there'll be digital jury will be there, and they can come and pitch, and who are also selected, and they'll go for the funding. All those things are going to happen in the digital space. We are going to launch probably in the month of August. So ISF and Metaverse will be launched soon.
So that was an interesting perspective on the future of incubation acceleration. I personally think that a lot of countries, including India, are planning to go for central bank digital currencies. And it was mentioned about financing of these startups. I think the world will completely change once CBDCs are there, because you can trace what is the spend which a startup is doing or which a company is doing end to end. If you can do that, then the opportunities which are business opportunities become very evident, and the whole paradigm might shift in terms of financing, but that's a little time away, certainly. Now let's move to Mr. Seshadri Vangala to hear his perspectives on the topic, please.
Thank you. And first of all, it's great to be in the panel with my mentors. I think I used to normally hear and now in the panel. I always go with my tagline slogan: networking is better than not working. So one thing I see is I've been in multiple countries, and I run a day-to-day, I run a global workforce solutions firm, but again, with JSR and me, in the founding for the ISF, which was India Startup Festival. Now it is truly International Startup Festival. The intent, before I go there, the reason for when I want to go with a small anecdote, when I've been to a couple of universities in India, especially at the rural part, we're talking all of startups, incubation, accelerations. After all that kind of people were talking and all that, most of them did ask me, "Bhai sahab, ye incubation acceleration mane kya hai? What does this mean?" I think in the rural, especially looking at the population, mostly in the rural segment, which still constitutes, I believe, 80%, sir. Only 20% know what it means, and I don't think it's this big. So I believe even across the globe, first I think we need to identify how do we do some outreach campaigns to say what really this means and how they can really be benefited. And obviously, the mentors are not always available. We need really mentors. So I think this what with ISF, as Jason mentioned, one is Metaverse. We're also trying to identify some of the initiatives where we can outreach. That's where we are working more on the rural segment. I think we had 125 term sheets. I think Jason didn't mention in one single day in ISF. I think you should applaud for the one single day. We have 125 term sheets, especially rural startups in our ISF second edition of our festive. We are touching that more. And that's really happening. We have a mentorship program. Everybody who is there, irrespective of what background, everything they carry in, they can come in. They can pitch in those sessions and kind of have all the global mentors as well as the investors in one line. I mean, that's the first of its kind program that we already there. So I always feel that it's more on the softer lines. How do we outreach? How do we bridge the gap? I'm being a talent guy, obviously, talking in the context of talent. I believe we still have India, while we talk about all the great stories, which is great. The world is looking to us, yes. But at the same time, there's a rural population, though it can't be a short-term gains for us. Everyone has to look into those rural population to train them, teach them. It can be long-standing to have certain programs. Maybe that's where we have good talent for startups and also doing our own products, sir. That's it from me.
No, thank you. Very interestingly, there is this MacArthur Foundation, and they hold a challenge every year, which is the $100 million challenge. So they are looking for ideas where they can finance and invest $100 million on a challenge. So there's a huge data set which is available on what people have proposed. And quite a few of them are to the point which Mr. Seshadri was mentioning, rural areas and development-oriented challenges, which is obviously a huge opportunity. So point well taken. Now let's turn to Mr. Vignesh Mohan and see what his perspective, especially coming from IIT Jodhpur.
Not just coming from IIT Jodhpur, I was previously associated with Government of Tamil Nadu in formulating their startup policy for the state, right? Formulating the startup nodal agency at Tamil Nadu. So I've been looking at the incubation centers from a very early stage around 2016 times, right? And possibly while making the policies, we were traditional businesses basically man, money and infrastructure put together, right? And then the difference with a startup is it also comes with an idea which is highly scalable and venture fundable, right? So the basic idea of creating yesterday's incubation centers were that a startup will approach them with a good team and a great idea. So the incubation center will help them with money and infrastructure, right? So government schemes were most oriented towards funding the incubation centers and also helping them to fund their incubated startups, right? And also the components of funding included two things. One is a recurring and a non-recurring cost. Recurring basically is the operational expenses and the manpower, salaries and other stuff. Non-recurring will be to create the infrastructure which is required. Individual incubators play to their strengths. Someone creates a lab along with a co-working space. Someone just creates a co-working space and a design studio, and so on and so forth. That's yesterday's incubation schemes were mostly oriented towards that. And the challenges which we faced were one was that we did not get the right people to join these incubation centers as CEOs, managers, etc., etc. Even though there were salaries provided by the government to the tune of certain lakhs, still there was no incentive alignment for the best of the key people who have made it big in the startup ecosystem to come and join an incubation center as a CEO and lead that, right? Basically, that was one of the problems which we faced. And the second problem was that we were only solving for infrastructure and money, and that was limited, right? You can't keep giving money from the government side to this place. The private money was not coming that much in. The private universities were not incentivized that much to start an incubation center and fund it by themselves, right? So coming to this date, after a few years, I think 4 years after, we are looking at a lot of money being sorted right now, right? Most of the private incubators or private universities are actually funding the incubators. A lot of private incubators have come up. And the manpower is also sorted to a great extent because a lot of successful founders, after their exits, they want to come and associate themselves with an accelerator or an incubator as a mentor or as a CEO, or they want to start their own fund or a acceleration program. So that is also sorted to a particular extent. And also we are now looking at, because of COVID especially, the infrastructure is kind of faded off. And more importance is given on initial funding part of the venture. And then shared infrastructure. So sir just spoke about the virtual incubation, but right now what is happening is that most of the startups are associated with at least 3 or 4 incubation centers through different schemes. They get Prayas from one of the centers, they get Startup India seed support from one of the centers. They are physically incubated at another center because they have the infrastructure expertise with them. We are seeing this sort of a good collaborative co-incubation happening within a lot of centers. That's today's date. Tomorrow's date is what another thing which beautifully mentioned by Mr. Srinivas sir about venture studios. We were only solving for money and infrastructure. Now the venture studios also brings the idea with them. Right? They say we have the idea, we have the money, we have the infrastructure. Let's find and put together a team so that there is a venture which will be successful. Right? They'll fund that, they'll give the idea, they'll fund it, and they'll also give the infrastructure to develop whatever necessary things. And that's a new thing which is coming up. And also I look at more private participation in tomorrow's world. Already there are CSR money which is being looked upon to be given to the incubation centers. Apart from that also, I'm looking at a lot of private companies to be incentivized, because as the money comes to incubation centers, it becomes a more viable and good market for private agencies to create products for incubation centers. And now we are seeing that the initial starting phase where products are being created for incubation centers to use, right? And tomorrow's will be more connected and much more mature incubation and acceleration system. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'm a little mindful of the time, so let's move to the second topic, which is how can startups leverage a constant stream of new technologies? Every day something new is happening. So how do you really keep pace with what's changing, and how do you ensure growth and sustainability? So may I request Ronnie Banerjee to give his perspective.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Ronnie and I'm not a techie. But I'm privileged to be a part on several forums wherein every fortnight I come across at least 5 such startups or such innovators who pitch in front of us. We are a mini Shark Tank there. So while you were mentioning $100 billion and coming to the topic which you have said, you will see that today, in today's startup ecosystem, you talk to anybody who is already a startup or wants to be a startup, that why do you want to do it, boss? So it's just like 3 things comes up. एक यूनिकॉर्न बनना है, दूसरा वैल्यू क्रिएट करना है, और तीसरा बोलता है फंड रेज करना है. You ask yourself, exactly these 3 questions come, or these are the 3 things that they say. Now, when you talk about access to technology, why do we want to innovate something which has not been done earlier? If we have to talk about access to technology, it's already there. And especially when we are sitting under this forum, Tech Talent League. So it's all about thinking in a, I would not say right or wrong direction, but an appropriate direction wherein you already have access to that technology, that innovation, that kind of invention that is happening, but they are not reinventing the wheel. The wheel is there. Like, instead of sharing my opinion or deliberate upon from such a platform because I have been made privileged to hold this mic, I would rather like to throw 3-4 questions as thought triggers, and let's think around that as we go away from this forum, because this would not conclude our kind of deliberations. Say for example, if you have to talk tech, why can't you talk of a tech that can happen around menstrual hygiene? Why can't you talk about a tech which can happen about basic financial literacy? Why can't you talk about a tech? And that tech has to be as easy as scanning an UPI, this thing, QR code. Can we not think around them? Why do we have to think of something which is above the sky? Like, I'm also one of the mentors at IIT Kanpur. So what my colleague Nikhil was also saying in the last panel, that we are all chasing AI, ChatGPT, and of late in the last 1 year, what we have learned from ChatGPT is just one word called delve, which is not there in conclusion, which was not a part of our vocabulary earlier. So why are we chasing for something new? Why can't we talk about that traditional thing which they have done in Tamil Nadu? Why can't we think about those smallest of the small innovations that are happening every day? And there are larger problems to solve beyond becoming an unicorn, beyond raising your value or creating your value or getting your venture capitalist invest because they want to exit when your value is created. So that's my take, sir, going forward.
Yeah. It's a very contra type
yeah,
of
it is.
perspective.
I beg your pardon, but
yeah,
it is.
Sure. Sure.
Thank you so much.
So let me go to now Mr. Gaurav Mathur to give his views.
Hello. So, I represent a very different
probably personality in this room. I'm more closer to the corporate, and as a corporate, I know the talent requirements, the tech talent requirements corporates have today. And on the other side, I'm able to hear and see, the vast amount of talent getting created at the universities. And because there are lack of employment opportunities sometimes, we hear a lot of people and a lot of youngsters without getting the experience under the belt, they want to start off a startup. And that's where the ideas goes for a toss. So as an organization, I belong to a company called Felix Consulting. What we did is, we have done a forward and backward integration on this. And for example, we went to a rural area in Bangalore called Neelamangala, and there students coming out of colleges, they don't want to leave their homes, but they want good packages, and the corporates are not willing to go to Neelamangala. They are willing to be at Bangalore. Right, so I think one of the needs of the hour for access to these students is also the corporates going towards these people rather than these students coming to the corporates. That's not going to happen all the time. Now, with respect to the availability of technology, how startups can utilize it, a lot of the times I've seen startups, they would be good at one thing. So they would have built a product, but they don't know how to market it. They would not have a good sales team to do that for them. But technology today is available to help you do your website very quickly. If you, for example, use the Wix as a platform, it already has AI which can help you build images dynamically, help you create presentations, help you do websites very fast. You've got a Canva. And if you look at the technology partner today, My Anatomy, I was just seeing their slides here. They already have a talent platform which is there. So you don't need to, as a startup, when you're choosing a technology, you have to decide between whether you make it or you buy it, right? So it is suggested that you should buy a technology which is available and then make things around it. You don't need to, you don't need to go and sit and make a financial management application or a manufacturing application. As an organization, Felix has been collaborating with a lot of startups and taking their solutions to the manufacturing sector. So build, you should look at, while adopting it for yourself, you should initially buy what is there. There is a Tally, there is a Canva, there's so many solutions, and then build solutions around it for your own company. And if you're a startup who wants to go to the, the corporates, there also these technologies are very helpful. So I think access to the technology is all there. You probably need to have some guru or some mentor who guides you on, how to control your operating costs. And we are happy to collaborate with a lot of universities here so that we can bridge that gap between the corporate and the academia which is being available here.
I think that's a very valid perspective. But I personally feel that, say, if you're a startup, and things are changing. So just look at the world which was before November of 2022, before ChatGPT hit the scene. There are a lot of companies which were having a business model which was around writing tools and creativity and all these advertisements and things like that. That world got suddenly upended because of ChatGPT. In fact, many of these startups went out of business because of this. So I feel that either the incubator or at least some agency should be doing something like strategic foresight continuously, looking at where technology is heading and being able to advise these startups and make them aware of how things are shifting, because you are so caught up in the day-to-day of the startup that sometimes you miss those things which are changing very fast. So perhaps there is a role there which is missing at the moment, which needs to be introduced.
No, you're perfectly right. So that's why I said, do your research, get a guru, get a mentor, right? Maybe you've not seen the world and there are a lot of products already out there, right? So use it and research on it before you really jump into it. And having a mentor is very important. A lot of the startups are very passionate entrepreneurs, but then they should realize that there is somebody out there who can also guide them towards the bigger world.
Thank you. So now let's move to the third topic, and this is the last topic for today, which is looking at business development, legal and globalization perspectives for startups. So let me start first with Abhilasha Malik, Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here as a part of this esteemed panel. To clarify, I'm not a lawyer, and no, we are not a law firm. I represent the Mayor of London here in India. We are his office, his economic and development agency, I look after entire northern India. Now, over the course of the last year and more, I've had the fortune of working very closely with a lot of incubators, accelerators across the country to really understand that where is this very strong Indian startup story now headed. And we've just heard from everybody that truly today, the Indian startup ecosystem is phenomenal and is only exponentially growing. Now, all of this growth finds great alignment beyond borders. And I can specifically say this for the city that I speak of, and that is London. So London today has in the last 1 year, recorded 100 FDI projects, and 29% of them, which is the highest, have come as inward investment from India. So today we are the top investors into London. And what makes us really, what is it about London that finds favor with a lot of Indian startups? So besides the fundamentals, and when I say fundamentals, I mean regulation, I mean policy, I mean, from the right sort of talent to clients to funding to customers. Besides the actual fundamentals, there are the intangibles. And with intangibles here, I refer to the sheer values, the warmth, and the welcome that any Indian company or any Indian startup, irrespective of size, today a startup today will be an MSME tomorrow and later a company. So despite all of that, it is what makes London extremely attractive and a hotbed for Indian companies today, which are actively looking at expanding beyond borders. And that's where we come in. So, like Gaurav said, that there's this mentoring that is needed, this little gap that you find. So you have your idea, you've had your startup, you have everything in place, you've been able to identify your niche, depending on the technology sector that you come from. And now comes the second part of it, where you don't know everything that lies beyond borders or, there's a market, there's an ecosystem, there is a setup that you're not as aware of. And that's where we come in. So we play an extremely pivotal role in hand-holding and in taking you to, through the regulation, helping you navigate the entire ecosystem that awaits you there. And, sort of will make you feel as an extension of this wonderful idea and this, dream that you have. So taking on from there and knitting it all together, but if you speak of global perspectives, where the Indian startup story is going, I think it's going extremely strong. And Mr. Chaudhary and I were discussing earlier where he said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world is one family. So I look at even technology, even the startups, the entire ecosystem as one close thing coming together globally. So the Indian story holding very strong and London coming very closely and, sort of growing together in that space.
So Abhilasha, just a question to you. After Brexit, now what has happened is that the European market is not accessible, say, if you locate in London. So how do you deal with that? What is your pitch on that for a startup?
The good thing is I don't need a pitch. Brexit happened a long time ago, and the London story has stood very, very strong. I mean, we've emerged very resilient, and a simple example is last year alone we had about 31 Indian companies set up in London. Speaking specifically of artificial intelligence, not just India, but nearly about, I think, more than 1,500 odd leading AI companies are headquartered in London. So despite, putting Brexit aside, even funding, London alone has twice the amount of funding, UK has twice the amount of funding as compared to any European city. So London opens doors to not just entire Europe, but also emerging markets. So it's one of those places, where you're headquartered to sort of then, it's not just about growing into London, but it's also growing in London and then growing from London. So, as a springboard to the rest of the world, which then lies open for you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Sudan,
Yes.
business doesn't have any borders. For politicians, political borders will be there. For business people, I don't think there is any border. Whether they are in London or India or wherever it is, I mean, they can do the business, particularly in the internet world. That is the reason why our India Startup Foundation, we transformed that into International Startup Foundation. As she was mentioning, the world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Wherever startups are there, we are there to help them. And they also need India market. India also need their market. So it is a collaborative effort.
True, true.
Yes, just adding to that, sorry.
Yeah.
This, I have never looked at trade in all of this time. I've never looked at trade from just one perspective of, a lot of times I'm asked, is it inward or outward? And my response is a very simple one, that all good trade flourishes both ways. And it is set to flourish both ways. So not just that, it's one family and this thing, but you find warmth. The minute a startup, the minute a company, the minute a founder finds two things. First is understanding his thought and idea, and second is where is his journey headed? What is it that he's seeking? The minute you're able to understand that perspective, you're able to bring to him what it is that he's actually looking for. And I think that is something now, whether it is, in India or whether it is in London, and when it is in London and how it is where we come in. So that is the sort of thing I see.
So there is just one perspective to what Mr. Chaudhary said. What we are seeing internationally is that cross-border data flows are being restricted. More and more countries are expecting data to be locally resident, especially where it comes to personal data. Now, if you look at the European Union, so the data can flow across countries within that block, whereas outside of that block, then it becomes a problem. So what I feel is that as startups in the future will have to increasingly have to face this problem of restrictions on cross-border data flows, which is going to upset some of the business models which are available out there.
So lawyers like her can make more money out of it.
Right, exactly. So, okay, this was great. Now because this whole conference is about talent and about, how it sort of impacts on the startup system and incubators and accelerators, let me now go to Mr. Piyush Garg and see what is his perspective on all that has been discussed from an academic institution point of view.
Thank you. With that, I would like to add the legal perspective as well, if
Okay,
you permit. Okay,
sure.
So everyone was talking that I'm not a lawyer, so
Keep it closer.
I'm a lawyer as well.
Excellent.
And with utmost regards to the co-panel members, I would like to interact with their audience. Hello, Delhi. A warm greetings in this cold weather. Till the time we don't talk about AI, someone doesn't seem to be educated enough. And I'm not. So can someone actually help me understand what is the difference between AI and ethical AI? Since morning, we have been actually hearing this term very common. Ethical AI and AI. At times, things seems very complicated, but they are very simple. Okay? What is the legal age to marry in India? 21. And what is the legal age to have a consensual sex? It's 18. Ethics and legal. So we can have a consensual intimacy at the age of 18, but we can marry at the age of 21. So this is the difference between ethical AI and AI.
Interesting. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, very frequently we talk about the frameworks and the legal safeguards which any government should work on. We all are pioneers in our domain. Can someone help me understand when we're talking about next gen, in the present generation, which are the legal safeguards which are available to us if any infringement happens or if anything wrong happens in AI? Most probably the answer would be that the government is working on it and the government should protect it, right? Nobody talks about the Information Technology Act 2000. Nobody talks about the DPDA 2023, Digital Privacy and Data Protection Act. Nobody talks about the constitutional safeguards. Can the next generation of incubators and accelerators move to the next level without having the strong founding blocks, without having the strong fundamentals? What it will take. Whenever we talk about startups, ek AI hua, next, if we don't talk about the unicorns, we don't actually have the vision. I strongly believe that the next generation of disruption will actually come only with 4 C's: collaboration, cross-culture, cross-domain, and cross-skilling. As one of our renowned speakers in her previous session said, culture eats breakfast for the strategy. Eats strategy for the breakfast. What works in the South does not work in the North. When I say collaboration, how can I actually replicate Mr. J. Chaudhary and Mr. Srinivas and other panel members across to India, to my startups who are in tier 3 cities? And I'm saying this when I'm actually the vice president of a university having 2,900 patents granted to me. And where is this university? In tier 3 city. Second largest in the world. 247 private registered startups with us. 247. Most of my co-panel members said, we need more infusion of funds. I would say most of these 247 startups who are incubated with me, part of my student community, they are making the marks without even having the 5 lakhs of basic investments with them. And 6 of them this week are going to represent in the grand finale at IIT Mumbai. And all of them are working on the social impact. Assistive technologies for the deaf and mute, rural empowerment, employment generation. So instead of actually seeking the ROI, that is the return on investment, the next generation of startups and incubators should focus on self-sustainability, should focus on self-empowerment, and ROI, which is defined as return on impact. The impact which I have done on the society as an entrepreneur, as a founding director. So that is where I see that this collaboration, cross-domain skilling, cross-domain technologies, and cross-cultural collaboration will be the founding pillars of the next generation startups and incubators.
Thank you very much.
I think what they say is